about, as of yesterday, I have about around $15.6 billion in my bank account. But based on the fact
That's
that,
okay. Who are you wearing?
who am I what?
Who are you wearing?
Who am I wearing?
Benny. Yes.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Justice Richie.
I didn't say what's your name. Who are you?
Okay, but truth be told, um, eh? No, I'm about to tell the truth now. Truth be told, she will bear witness. I gave out, okay, let me be fair. Let me be fair now. I gave out around, let me just step it down because the money is scaring them away. You know, there's money you will call, someone will faint because they've not heard about the money before.
Not these people. These people are founders.
So now I will give out today. Okay, let me contact my second person.
Richie, please spare us. We don't want this kind of expectation here because there are serious founders to be anyway here who have pitched on Monday. There was hackathon yesterday as well, and we're gonna have top 3 winners from yesterday's competition who have a pool of investments from 150 million naira, if I'm right, to win from. So please, we don't want what you're still thinking about. This one, Mr. David Adeleke is ready for us.
No, they know. I think as of yesterday on Thursday, because I was one that emceed their pitchathon.
Right.
So while the event was going on, I had a call from Tinubu and
Thank you very much, Richie, for your kind gesture. So, hi. I'm sorry, I forgot your name again. What's your name? Nosa. Oh, yeah, I remember. Nosa, hi. So, you have been here from day one, right? Did you pitch at all? So, I want you to do something for me, right? Tell me what your expectation was before entering day one, and then what changed after day one. Same thing for day 2 as well. Do you get the question? Yes.
Okay. I work with startups, but I don't have so much experience with them. So that was my expectation coming here, that when I come, I'd get to learn more about a lot of startups. And I really got that from day one because the judges were asking questions, and so I was able to know how to properly analyze startups, how to interact with them, and how to help them if there's any point where they need help. Then for day 2, I really enjoyed the panel sessions, especially where Satomi talked about the ecosystem here in Ibadan. The owner of EAC was also here yesterday, and he gave us a bit of background to how Ibadan has always had a creative space, but it sort of died down, and he brought up hope for Ibadan. So apart from that, I also got to learn a little on the power of collaboration and how that the judges said it on Thursday, and it was also reiterated yesterday, how that if you're starting up anything, you possibly will not be able to afford everything that you need. So you can collaborate with other brands that have done something similar, and they can help you in certain places. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Nusa. Thank you. Yes, please give her a round of applause. She was really, you'd like to say something? All right, 1 minute. So, yes, it shows that she was really deliberate. And that's why I asked her what was our expectation before going into the program, and then what did she come out of? Because you are then able to, what's that word? Justify if it was worth your money, if it was worth your time, if you have something to show for it going forward. Because you can say, oh, I was at a startup fest for like 3 days, and there's really nothing, you can't even remember what it was that you learned. And I mean, I'm not a tech person, but one of the things that stood out for me yesterday was what Mr. Tommy said, that testing an idea is not building an app. I think it just resonated because I was just tired of, hearing, because you have an idea, next thing is you want to build an app, you want to start this, you want to start that. Yes, the idea looks good, and I like the steps that he mentioned, that, share it amongst the builders you have around you. If you're not comfortable with that answer or whatever they tell you, you can go ahead, share with established people, let them give you a perspective from, an experienced end and all of that, and then, from there you can then go on to say, okay, yeah, you want to collaborate with other people, you want to speak to other stakeholders in the ecosystem. So thank you so much, Nusa. That was really deep. That was really, I'm really impressed seeing that it was easy to be distracted and just forget. So yeah, thank you so much, everybody. Um, you learned something.
Yeah, I learned something.
Wait, first, don't lie.
No, I'm being serious.
All
I'm
right.
being serious. Why are you?
I'm just saying, we're truthful people here. Do you understand?
You know, the problem with Nigeria is that when we say the truth, to be as but joke apart.
So tell me what you learned.
Okay.
Yes.
So far, I've learned that that was from the first day that as a startup founder, you need to be original. You need to be unique in creating a solution for the problem you want to solve. You don't have to, copy all that because lots of, from that first day, lots of people that came to pitch were copying, the ideas of others. So what I learned that particular day was you need to be original and also, in as much as your ideas are solid, you still need to collaborate with others so that this one I'm being frank now.
Thank you so much, Rishi. So one thing happened yesterday, and I want to bring it back. Okay, yes, sorry, please. Can we take our comment? So sorry.
Thank you very much, Ma. Okay, so I actually came yesterday, and for me, I learned a lot, especially as regards collaboration, then the legal aspect of your business, how you can protect your ideas, how you can also collaborate with people without being at a disadvantage. So the other one I think I went home with yesterday was the educational consult person, the man that spoke to us about being, not running about looking for who to help you. You solve problems. And he mentioned that when people cheat you, you should not be bothered. That if they don't cheat you, you cannot be great. Most times we even have older people, you write proposals for them. They can use it to get monies, but they don't pay you because there is nothing you can do to them. So he said we should also solve problems. Stop running about. There is money in Abuja. There is money in Port Harcourt. Money is right where you are. Just solve problem, but don't be after the money at first. He mentioned how he used videos to be able to get money from, I think, UN eventually, times 20 of what he quoted for your state. So for me, that was what I went home with. And thank you very much for this opportunity.
All right, thank you so much for that comment. It means that you were here today, and not just were you here, your mind was here, because that was towards the end of the program yesterday, and to have that attention span till that time, a round of applause for her, please. Thank you so much. Right, so I was saying that yesterday one thing happened. I didn't quickly get the gist until I did it, because I thought, it was something we were going to get to much later. But the moment I mentioned it to you in the morning, I had time bringing you back to your seat. So we're going to do it very early so that you don't, towards the end of the program or while we're in the middle of the program, you're not itchy for, I need to meet this person, I need to meet this person. So I'm going to indulge all of us to please rise on your feet, please. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Please, can we all rise on our feet, please? With all due respect, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, thank you so much. So here is what we're going to do. Media team, please, can you put up the hashtag for me? Thank you so much. Here's what you're going to do. Don't meet the person you met yesterday. Thank you very much. You already did. You've established the communication. You can take it after. Now meet new people. There are lots of new faces here today. So I want you to meet at least 2, 3, because I'm going to ask you who you met and what they do and what the topic of your conversation was. So meet new people, ask them what they do. And what I said yesterday was, find something interesting about you to tell them, and then you ask them, what's the interesting thing about them as well. This time, you're going to ask about their ideas. For those who, they're into startup and all of that, ask what they do, give your own 2 cents, what you think, your idea about what they do. And guess what? The highlights of this networking is that they're going to tell you 5 interesting things about them. You're going to tell them 5 interesting things about you, and I'm going to ask you when you get back. So you take pictures with them, post on social media. You're going to tag the person you're taking pictures with, tag at Ibadan Fest 2023. Use the hashtag please, not a video. Media guys, hashtag. The hashtag is hashtag Ibadan Fest 2023. I know there is a Pacesetter State. Then there's Ibadan. I can't remember the last one. So while we wait for the media to put it up, so let's get going. You know, let's meet new people.
Meet
let's
new
take
people.
pictures.
Take pictures.
DJ.
And get to know at least 5 things about them. At least 5 things about them.
You can't stand in one place if you are meeting somebody. You can't stand in one place. You can't meet new people on your own seat.
Don't be shy. Move into the crowd. Meet new people. Leave your seat and meet new people. A new person, rather.
You can move from your aisle to another aisle. You don't have to move from your aisle to another aisle.
The person you are meeting could be your sponsor. So please.
I've been writing this story. I know the OG, but if you ask them know me. I know they blow trees, only lonely me lonely. Music chose me, just know this and know peace. I dey low key, but I'm never lonely. Sexy ladies, come wine for me slowly. Every time, why am I money? Hello, baby, have you sent it? You don't even know what you do to me. So if I go low, show my mood, I mean, yeah. All I'm gonna get you is scammer. I get follow you for back. Baby, you blow my mind, I don't go lie. See, baby, if you want to leave for Piccoli, no do shakara, no they carry your shoulder, oh. As you see me so, baby, now because of you, I don't go low. See, I don't they go. Want to get for go, don't you go. Bado. Left me. Do you want to get hello? Me, I know they hear you again. You be like your network on the face. Meanwhile, Rosita, they hello. If you break my heart today, me, I go sharply the place. Carry another baby, give her what she wanting. Smart thing, you done the vex, you done the other Uber. Veronica, cool down, cool down. Yeah. See, baby, if you want to leave, oh, be go leave. Don't do shakara, don't they carry your shoulder, oh. As you see me so, baby, now because of you, I don't go low. See, I don't they go. What you can, so good, don't you go. See, baby, if you want to leave, oh, be go leave. Don't do shakara, don't they carry your shoulder, oh. As you see me so, baby, now because of you, I don't go low. See, I don't they go. What you can, so good, don't you go.
I need you in the morning, but I need you now. Yeah. I find you, I give you all you needing. I know what you like. You don't need no other body. You don't need no other body. Only you feel on my body. Only you feel on my body. You don't need no other body.
Say now me the mess up my mind, and I me the make you free up your mind. Say your body talk to me nice. Say now my love you didn't need for your life. Yeah, our love no be lie. Say yeah we did together, yeah day and night. Yeah, if I leave you go by. Yeah, if you leave I go stroking your body, baby. Loving your body, baby. As you're whining your body, baby. So crazy. Loving your body, baby. Girl, you want it to me. I just wanna let you know. Hope every day
You
I
don't need
get
no other body.
at the house. Where they do me like you do, no they pretend. I won't be mad at Fico, no they treat me like a stranger. Now you at I want to enter, no retreat, I don't surrender. See the way you turn me to believer, from fasting turn to prayer. I beg you baby give me answer, I dey waiting for your answer. I beg you baby give me
confuse you cause I talk too much. I'm so proud to tell my people I love you, baby. Ẹjọ́ mi kọ́ ṣáàtì mọ́. Oh, I let them know, say, somebody there. Yeah, let them know, say, somebody there. Yeah, when they come around, baby, always let them know, say, somebody there, yeah. All I'm out there, you supposed know, say, I did for you. My shepherd, my fool, I dare with you. And if them tell you, say, I go run away, beat your chest and tell them, say, la la. Nobody there, I say, nobody there. My money no there, nobody there. Now only you, baby. I can't get no words to express my love for you.
want $1 million. Say make a wire. Tell me to wanna cover my girl. She say all our friends are living la vida loca. If only me, my lover, yeah, you for there for me. You for there. When the boy they hunger, I for try for you. But you say if you don't get money, hide your face. Hide my face. Make another man picking on my race. I love you, no mean say. If you say make I put one up.
seats.
We had ample time meeting people, taking pictures. Thank you very much.
Please, let's get back to our seats. We're about to get started,
The
please.
governor will be here any minute and would like everywhere to be quiet and well arranged. Please, can we take our seats? Thank you very much.
Please, all the ushers, please help us get people back to their seats.
No, please. We would like for you to please get seated now. Thank you very much. We do not want the governor meeting a rowdy
Please.
audience. Please, let's get back to our seats. We had ample time meeting people, taking pictures. You will do the rest of it at the end of the day. Thank you so much. Please, brands, if there are audiences in your booth, can you please send them back to their seats? TZT, Cardify, can you please send the audiences back to their seats? Z Africa, Google, please send them back to their seats. Alternative Bank, A Food, Found, if you have audiences in your booth, please send them back to their seats. Thank you so much. Colo Money, please send the audiences back to their seats. They would engage with you much later after the event. Thank you so much. Ushers and volunteers, can you please direct audiences back to their seats? Ushers and volunteers, please direct people back to their seats. Thank you so much.
Okay. So please, if you are still at the sponsor stand, please, can you just come back to your seats at the sponsors booth? So please, get back to your seat. We're about to start this event officially. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, good morning. Yeah. Good morning, everybody, once again. And I would like to welcome you to this wonderful event, Ibadan Startup Fest, which topic for this year is igniting innovation for the connected ecosystem. And I believe the little time that was given to you for you to connect and also, network with people. How many of you were able to network to at least 5 persons? At least 5 persons. Nobody? And we're able to get details about what they do? Who were you able to connect to? Who were you able to connect with? How many of them? 10. Sure you connect with them, or you just collect number? All right, please, don't just collect number. Try as much as possible to make good use of those numbers. And I presume you would have asked a lot of questions concerning the person you connected with. Some of our speakers are available now. I will be starting this event ASAP. And please, DJ, help us get the national anthem ready. As the DJ is about to get the national anthem ready, please, can we all be on our feet as we sing the national anthem, please? Can we all be on our feet, please?
much. May please take our seats.
Thank you very much.
All right. So like we have been having conversations, this is Ibadan Startup Fest 2023. Our dear esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, or should I say, like I said, tech bros and tech sis, audacious innovators, you are welcome to day 3 grand finale of Ibadan Startup Fest 2023. And, day 1, we had the pitchathon where we had tens of startups pitch their groundbreaking ideas to investors. Day 2, it was all about conversations and networking, conversations around ecosystem synergy, collaboration for innovation, conversations around, how to go about building successful startup in a conservative environment like Ibadan and neighboring Southwest. And so today is the grand finale, and we are going to be engaging in high-level stakeholders conversations. We have a lineup of astute speakers. They're professionals, their expertise in this field. We have, recognizable speakers on different panel sessions, even, different speeches. They're going to address us. Please, as much as possible, show a warm welcome as many times as possible. Once they say something that okay, yeah, this makes sense, give them a round of applause. Let them know that you're listening. Let them know that you appreciate them traveling all the way down to come and speak to you, whether they're speaking to you about their product because they are sponsors, whether they're speaking to you about their ideas, they're speaking to you about their experiences. Please show them a warm welcome. Once we also introduce them, please show them a warm welcome. And having faith, taking risks, making mistakes is all part of innovations, right? And so much more of this conversation is what we're going to have today. So I haven't introduced myself today. I know that yesterday I did. My name is Temitayo Albert Ikotun. I'm a corporate communications expert, and I am an event host. I am excited to be here and to be your host for today. Without further ado, this event was brought to you by Z Africa, and the main convener is Mr. David Adeleke. He's the founder and CEO of Z Africa, who is an accomplished investment professional committed to simplifying onboarding processes for fintech companies and capitalizing on opportunities for business expansions while networking and connecting with worldwide community. The entire Ibadan Startup Fest team is a community of innovators who want to use their global footprint to transform businesses through conversations, networking, and content experience. Without further ado, please give a warm welcome to Mr. David Adeleke for his welcome address.
Please, we can do better for
Warm
Mr.
welcome,
David, please. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the grand finale of Ibadan Startup Fest. It's great to see your beautiful faces. So once again, my name is David Adeleke, the convener, not Davido, whoever said that, the convener of Ibadan Startup Fest. So I'll just go right about into the welcome speech. So I have it written there. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is with immense pleasure and gratitude that I stand before you today to extend a warm welcome to all of you at this event, Ibadan Startup Fest 2023. We are truly delighted to have you here in the vibrant city of Ibadan, a place where tradition and modernity harmoniously coexist. This event signifies not only a gathering of minds, but also an opportunity to forge new connections, share knowledge, and celebrate our shared passions and interests. It is in an occasion to foster collaboration and create lasting memories. Ibadan Startup Fest was born out of a heartfelt desire to create a thriving community focused on connecting people with opportunities for growth. It is an effort to change the narrative that had plagued the city of Ibadan when it comes to starting a business. As a fellow founder and business owner in Ibadan, I'm aware of the profound impact such narrative have on the local business environment. I have had the privilege of engaging with exceptional talent. I am not surprised to see many start off from the city of Ibadan, but move away due to the lack of an environment or ecosystem that nurtures their potential. You come here today contribute to creating the thriving environment. And for that, I want to say a very big thank you to each and every one of us. Ibadan Startup Fest is more than just a festival. It's about the community that is being formed. It's about the networks and collaboration that will be created amongst environments where businesses, not only startup, can flourish. Today, we would have the opportunity to learn from those who have created successful businesses and business. We will meet the individuals who works with thriving organizations and learn valuable insights from their experiences. And most of our speakers that we publicize, they're already in the building right now, and they'll be coming upstairs in no time from now. So let's get very much prepared and give them a very warm welcome while they mount the stage. We will meet individuals, okay? Additionally, we will witness established companies exhibiting their products. So I encourage you to engage, interact, and absorb the wealth of knowledge on offers that they offer. Your time is so precious to us, and we duly recognize that, which is why we've worked tirelessly around the clock to bring the best together. Please make the most of your time here and come with the mindset to maximize the vast wealth of knowledge and human resources around you. Ensure you talk to someone, connect, and leverage this valuable experience. Ask questions, it's very important. Make new connections. Your potential co-founder, just like I said yesterday, employer, transformative employee, business partner, or friend, they might be here sitting close to you. We say a very big thank you to all our sponsors, our speakers and partners. In no particular order, I'll start with our headline sponsor, that's the Alternative Bank. We say a very big thank you for your support to the Ibadan Startup Fest, A-Food, Tap and Pay, Castle World, So Fresh, Post Party, TechNest, Periculum, Schooling, Colo Money, Ibadan Tech Hub, Lumen, Hours, Darklings, Carify Business, The Consonants, Tech Chronicles, Tizetti, and Lumen, Google. I cannot count the number of sponsors and partners we have. And I want to use this opportunity to say a very big thank you to each and every one of you. With this, I extend a warm welcome to Ibadan Startup Fest 2023 once again. We are delighted to have you here, and I sincerely hope you have an amazing and enriching time. Thank you very much once again. I remain David Adeleke. Thank you.
Please, you can do better, you can do better. Please, put your hands together for Mr. David Adeleke. Well, there is this thing common amongst people that bear this name, David. There is this thing common amongst them. Do you have any David here? Do you have any David here? You are David. Okay, now you will get to know you're not David. So because I want to ask you a question, you're not David again. Do you have any David here? Okay, you're David. Yeah, there is something common amongst anybody that bears that name, David. You will get to know now. I just hope you don't disappoint me.
Okay, I'm David. I'm a software engineer and also a founder. I'm a founder of a technology company. We build game software for the public to play and have fun. Yes. So I'm a founder of Love Nation too. Love Nation is a foundation that focuses on bringing people who are like-minded, who have the goal of love in common.
Please, can we put your hands together for him? Now, like I said, people that bear the name David have something in common, and that is they love impacting people, right? Am I correct? We say no. When you think of King David in the Bible, he loves what? Impacting lives as a great king. If you read very well your Bible, not some of you that don't know where your Bible is. I mean, people like us that read the Bible often, You guys, you will know. And when you talk about Davido, he loves doing what? Helping people. And the David over there too, he loves what? Helping people. Now, talking about Mr. David Adeleke, it's one thing to have a talent, it's one thing to have the resources, then it's another thing again, wanting to use it for the betterment of humanity. True or false? Because we have lots of persons here in Ibadan and outside of Ibadan that actually have what Mr. David Adeleke has, but they've not impacted in anybody at all. So please, once again, can we put our hands together for Mr. David Adeleke for what he's doing in Ibadan? Some of you will not do. To clap for a person that is doing is a problem. So my wonderful host, she has introduced herself, and I also want to introduce myself. What's my name again? Okay, my name is David. All right, my name is Justus Richie, but I'm being called the MC with the magical voice. I'm an MC, a corporate and wedding MC. Also, I'm also a communication expert, and I will be the co-host for this event. It's a privilege that I will be co-hosting this event with the beautiful Temidayo Albert. Please, can you put your hands together for her, please? Ladies and gentlemen, at this point, we'll be starting this event, and I presume we all have our notepads, because right about now, they said knowledge is money, and information is money. If your notepads are not ready, please get them ready.
All right, yeah. Thank you so much, Richie. First of all, it's Temitayo. Temitayo is the name of my dead twin brother, so please.
I'm so sorry.
Temitayo. Thank you very much.
I'm sorry.
That's fine. I just wanted to be dramatic. I like being. I told you yesterday, I said the weirdest things in the weirdest places. So I have a very important task here. I'm bringing up for our keynote speech. And this person I'm about to bring up is referred to as the faith-driven investor, who in his words says, and I quote, "I invest in companies that have redemptive qualities. They save people. They improve people's lives. They transform communities just like my faith does." He is the son of a pastor and often talks about his religious conviction. Nyolua Aboyeji is an entrepreneur who is passionate about partnering with a missionary talent and capital to build an African future. He is helming a project to build a city devoted to tech talent. He spent the last few years co-founding 2 unicorns, an industry term for companies that achieve a valuation of more than $1 billion. One, as the CEO of Flutterwave, a business building payments technology and infrastructure to connect Africa to global economy, where he led the company where he led the company to become one of the fastest growing payments technology businesses of all time, processing over $2 billion across over 50 million transactions with annual revenues of millions of dollars over a year. Prior to this, he co-founded Andela, Africa's largest engineering organization with over 1,000 software engineers, and has received investments from Mark Zuckerberg and Google Ventures, amongst others. I'm taking my time to read this bio because, like I said, every word from every of the speaker you should juice out. You should, take notes and take it back with you. And I also want you to just absorb, the quality of people we're bringing up stage. And so when we are bringing them up stage, you know how much of the warmth and the welcome you're going to give to them. Nyolua holds a BA in Legal Studies from the University of Waterloo and sits on the board of several institutions, including Paris Share Africa Project, Rainbow Educational Services Limited, and Filmo Realty. He served as the Deputy Director General for Madam Obi Ezekwesili's 2019 presidential campaign. He's a World Economic Forum Young Global Leader. He's a Forbes 30 Under 30 honoree and a member of Nigeria's Industrial Policy and Competitiveness Advisory Council. Aboyeji was cited as one of the top 100 most influential Africans by New African magazine in 2019. He now heads Fund for Africa's Future, where he spends time helping founders, philanthropists, and investors from around the world understand how to build fast-growing and impactful technology businesses in Africa. Is working to identify passionate and experienced missionary entrepreneurs with the integrity and courage to flawlessly execute in Africa while developing a data-backed and informed point of view on how to turn Africa's largest challenges into credible business opportunities. With a warm welcome and a standing ovation. Warm welcome and a standing ovation. Please make welcome Mr. Enyolua Aboyeji for the keynote speech. Make it louder, make it warmer, make it louder, make it warmer.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ibadan. Hello. Please, let's be seated. Thank you very much for having me here. First of all, I'd like to thank David for hounding me until I made my way here. I'm very, very happy to be here. I flew in from Abuja this morning, so I'm definitely, definitely had to make a number of sacrifices to be here, but I'm very excited that I get to come back to my old stomping grounds. I don't know, something many people may not know about me is that I spent some time in Ibadan. I actually went to school here for a little bit. Who can guess which school I went to? Huh? No. I went to Leeds City. Who's from Leeds City here? Woo! So I went to Leeds City University. I did like a few months of A-level there after I graduated from secondary school. I spent a lot of time in UI. Anybody from UI here? Spent quite some time in UI. So these are my old stomping grounds. And there's something really special about Ibadan, right? Ibadan is just real. Right? It's just a real place. It's not like Lagos. Eko for show. Ibadan for what? Real. Everything here is real. The people are they just tell you what it is. And that's why when a lot of companies are trying to look for feedback about their products, they actually come here to launch first. How many people have noticed that? Before you go to the wild west that is Lagos, you come to Ibadan and talk to real people that are not pretending. They will tell you, this thing is expensive, it's not going to work. Or the thing that is not good enough, go and work on it. As opposed to Lagos, where if you package it enough, you can get somebody to say they want something they don't want. So I really, really am excited to see the excitement in this community. David and Paul have been building such an incredible community around Ibadan's startup ecosystem. And it's very clear that something is happening here. So I want you guys to give yourselves a big round of applause. Now, very briefly, I want to just speak maybe for 10 minutes about solving real problems. What did I say? Solving real problems. Solving real problems. Because we're just coming out of a very interesting time in our startup journey as an ecosystem. A lot of people who, were a bit, lucky. They managed to build things in an era of very easy money when interest rates were down. It was very easy to raise money. If you do a nice pitch deck, send it to an investor, dollars will just be flowing. That was how it used to be. But I think that we're very thankfully getting into a brand new era in the ecosystem where such things are not going to be very possible anymore. Right? And now you actually have to solve what? A real problem. Now, how do you solve a real problem? I think the first thing you have to keep in mind is that you can't solve a real problem from behind your computer. Did somebody hear what I said? You cannot solve a real problem from where? From behind your computer. You have to hit the streets. You have to talk to customers. You actually have to do the work. It's not about a pitch deck. It's not about a fancy UI, UX, right? It's actually about real customers, real problems, and real customers. So many of us, first of all, have to get out from behind our computers and hit the streets. The second thing that you need to keep in mind if you want to solve a real problem is that people are often willing to pay to solve their real problems. True or false? If you have a real problem, there's only one of two things that might stop you from paying. Either you don't have the money, right? Or you don't think it's a problem. True or false? Right? So when we build products believing that we are going to get eyeballs and believing that by getting those eyeballs, we are going to be able to somehow build a business at some point in the future, whenever, wherever, we are building castles in the air. So when we engage, we need to make sure that we are solving a problem that the customer is directly or indirectly willing to pay for. Now let me state something around that. Some people's business, the vast majority of people in Nigeria only have one problem. Can somebody guess what it is? Money. I like that. Please clap for yourself. Clap for her, please. The vast majority of people in Nigeria have only one problem. They don't have money. So when I say build a solution someone is willing to pay for, right? Sometimes what that really means is that you are building a solution somebody is willing to pay somebody for. I hope I've not lost you. Have I lost you? Okay, let me give you a good example. When we started at Andela, obviously people could not afford training, right? If you wanted to train somebody, computer science, at that time, you're looking at about $30,000. Proper computer science training. You have to get on a plane, get a visa, go to General Assembly to go and train in computer science. That was before all this YouTube, all these things were available. And before then, the only way to do it was to get go somewhere where they are teaching software properly and do a 4-year degree. But Andela came into the market, realized that people did not have what? The money. And so what did we decide to do? We said we'll train you, we'll place you in the job because your problem is money. And then when you get paid, we will do what? We will get paid. So that's what it means to solve the vast majority of people's problems in Nigeria. There's something that I always say. If you want to build a business in Nigeria, make your business somebody's business. Did somebody hear what I said? If you want to build a what? A big business in Nigeria, make your business what? Make your business somebody's business. So if you are not able to access a customer that can pay, then ask yourself, is this something that will get somebody paid? Do you understand what I'm trying to say? But at the end of the day, Sha, owo ni kini, thank you. Owo ni koko. So somebody, Sha, must what? Pay. Please, I beg, don't be giving us Mark Zuckerberg. In fact, even Mark Zuckerberg said they used to pay for the ad. You understand? I don't want to be seeing all these pitch decks that, oh, when we have 1 million users, then we can now start paying. We are not doing those ones again. Oh. I hope you are hearing. Shop has closed. The maga no too they pay again. You understand? Number 3, extremely, extremely important, is that if you want to solve a real problem, you have to solve the most difficult part of the problem too. Is somebody hear what I just said? If you want to solve a real problem, you have to be willing to solve the most difficult part of the problem too. You know, every now and then I get a pitch, and somebody is like, we are going to create a marketplace. I say, okay, Mugbo. What is the incentive of Sule to enter your marketplace? Say, we'll give him money, he will lend. Why? Many people are building businesses that are not offering value. They are not growing because they are not solving the most difficult problem in that value chain. I don't know if somebody is hearing me. They are not solving the what? The most difficult problem in that value chain. And this is a big challenge for a lot of startups. Big challenge. Especially those of us that are doing marketplaces. And some people are tired of marketplaces where you are just listing them, they are not getting customer. I don't know if you understand. Or they arrive there, there's nobody who is on the other side to buy from. So you have to ask yourself, okay, what is it that these people really, really need? For some, maybe it's a skill. If you're selling like a talent marketplace, maybe there's not enough talent in the first place. So you know what you're going to do? You go and do what? You go and train. You know? Sometimes is that there's critical infrastructure that they don't have. I'll give you a good example. When we're starting Flutterwave, we're not the first payments company. Sure you know. There are many payments companies. Plenty. But what we realized at Flutterwave was that the merchant did not particularly care how the customer paid, provided the money got to his bank account in a reasonable amount of time. We also understood that the merchants did not have the money or the resources to be integrating different digital payment systems. Do you understand? So we built a tool that allows a merchant to sign up once and they can get paid with as many payment methods as they like. Right? And that was how Flutterwave started to grow, because we took that tool to Access Bank, we took that tool to Uber, we took it to a bunch of other players, and they adopted it. Again, it is about solving the hardest problem. A lot of people would have just stopped at, this is payments, I've implemented the card payments, you people should continue, see you later, I will be $1 billion company. But without taking the time to go and look for those 200 plus payment methods across Africa figure out who can integrate it, all that, it would not have been possible. And that work was not easy. So ask yourself, which difficult part of this thing am I shying away from? Are you listening to me? Which difficult part of the problem am I shying away from? There are so many of us that have good ideas, but we know that the problem that we need to solve is not the one that we picked to solve. Is somebody hearing me? And some of us, anyway, thank God there are venture capitalists here. Me, I'm not a normal venture capitalist. Some of them will tell you that, oh, you need to make sure the business is asset light. How many of us have heard that one before? They say, you can't buy anything. I remember when I was pitching Move, all these venture capitalists, they were just telling me, no, we can't invest. You are buying cars. I said, how do you want the people to move now? Will they use spirit? It's car that I need now. It's car. They need to buy cars so that they can enter the car and the driver will drive them. That's how it is here. And they were laughing. But you know what's really amazing about startups? If you focus on your customer, you will laugh last. Because by the time I went back to some of these investors, the valuation was 100 million. So they paid very, very well for their mistake. And I'm hoping that some of you can do the same as well. So just focus on the problem, the hardest part of the problem that everybody is afraid of solving. Before other people will be able to compete with you, they will sweat small. You understand what I'm saying? Now, fourth thing, if you want to solve a real problem, right? You need a team that is so good it feels like cheating. You hear what I said? If you want to solve a real problem, you need a team that is what? So good it feels like cheating. There are a lot of us that, when we are picking our team, we look at, who are my day ones? Omo Yami. You're looking for your day ones up and down. I don't want to leave my people behind. I don't want to leave my people behind. I need to come up with my crew. Started from the bottom. All those things are slogans, though. It doesn't work in real life. In real life, if your team is not assassin level, if they're not so good that it feels like cheating, they're not going to go anywhere. You know, and the other thing you have to understand is that personally, I think it's good if you make friends when you start up. But I think it's always a bad idea to believe that only your friends can start up with you. I also think it's a bad idea to do it alone. Because it's like, a startup is very, very difficult if you want to do it properly. Very, very hard. And you need somebody that can tell you, even if things are very bad, you need somebody that will tell you, don't worry, we can still continue. Also, when your head is swelling, you need somebody that will tell you, there's so many issues that have popped up in the ecosystem. And you know what the singular pattern I see in all these deals are? They didn't have co-founder. I'm sure some of you have heard somebody was paying himself $50,000 a month. I was just imagining how God tell my co-founder, I want to be collecting 50,000. Even the ordinary 5,000, I'm still struggling with her. She's saying that we are going to run out of money. It's 50,000. How I will use mouth to talk it? So you need to have a team, a very, very strong team. And not just a very, very strong team, a team that is comprised of people that are so good at what you do, it feels like you're cheating. It feels like, how can you have, you know how there are some teams, right, in football. You say, how can they have all these good players on one team? It's not fair now. That's the kind of team you need to build. And for you to be able to do that, you have to drop your ego and you have to deal on the basis of facts. You know, at Flutterway, people always ask me, why did you have the lowest shares? You are the one that I said, do I look like an engineer? Yeah, I cannot write code. Oh. I don't know how to write code. It's the people that are writing code that are the most critical part of the business. The people that have the experience of building the team. Me, I'm just a glorified marketer. So waiting concern me. But you know what? I wasn't going to go and just look for one random guy because it's E. You understand? And E can market products. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. So you need to learn to drop your ego at the door and deal on the basis of facts. Finally, if you want to solve a real problem, right, you need to love your customer. You need to love your customer. You need to love that problem that you're trying to solve has to be your obsession in life. In fact, you need to love it so much that even if it's not you that solved it, you will still be happy. I don't know if somebody heard what I said. You need to love it so much that even if it's not you that solved the problem, you will still be happy. Finally, somebody actually solved this problem. There are a lot of people who, the only reason why they are building startup is so they can make money. That kind of love, it cannot work, because things will go very, very bad sometimes. And there will be very difficult decisions you have to make. And the only thing that will keep you in that startup situation is the love that you have for that problem and for those customers. If you don't have that love, don't go inside. You will just frustrate yourself and you will end your journey very early. So it's very, very important that if you want to solve a problem, you are obsessed with it. You are reading up everything about it. You know everything about it. You know all the issues. You've spoken to all the customers. You know why the problem is not being solved. You know what needs to be done to solve it. You are keeping yourself updated so that as the problem evolves, you are evolving the solution. Do you understand what I'm saying? A lot of us are not, everybody wants to do fintech because that's what investors want to fund. But Nife fintech, we can see the fake love. From when you walk in through the door, we can already see you that this one just wants to collect money. Delay fintech. Is not interested. So please, just those 5 things, right? What's number 1? Solve a real problem, not a fake one. A real problem. Number 2. No, number 2 was solve a problem somebody will pay you for. Or a problem that is somebody's business. You understand what I'm saying? Solve a problem somebody will pay you for. Then number 3, start from the most difficult part of the problem. Don't go and do the easy parts that you can do on your coding computer. You understand what I'm saying? Go and look for the problem gone. The one that is difficult, so that when somebody else comes and they want to come and compete with you, they will look at the team and say, this one, what are you wearing now? We can't follow him inside that thing now. You understand what I'm saying? Just leave him. Let's continue. You understand? What's number 4? Good. You need a team that's so good it feels like cheating. Do you understand what I'm saying? They are so good it feels like cheating. And there was number 5. Make sure you love your customer and you love the problem. No fake love. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. E. We still have more sessions with you, panel sessions, ask me anything questions. So don't worry, you still have your time to ask him lots of your different questions. one of the things, profound things is said is solving real problems means that you have to go into the streets. It's not just about fancy presentations and all of that. And, like I said earlier, testing an idea is not building an app. You've heard from him. So if you want to solve real problems, go into the streets, go into where the real problems are, and don't go for the easy one. Start from the one that really has, a lot of value to offer. Thank you so much, Mr. Ing. I'm starting to feel like maybe I can be a tech babe, after all, after my plenty years in corporate comms and public health. But let's see. Maybe after the end of today's panel session, I'll be so inspired and I'll probably consider myself as a tech sis. So next up, we're going to bring up one of our sponsors. She's going to be doing a brand presentation. So I'm going to have her do a lot of it, but I'm just going to give a one-liner introduction. Smart Comply is an automated and AI-powered compliance platform. It provides the most in-demand standards, risk assessments, monitoring, and privacy frameworks in business, allowing you to gain your customers' trust and grow your business safely. So I'll let her do more of the presentation. So please, with a warm welcome, please welcome Smart Comply. Warm welcome, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So my name is Okoyemi Ajakayemaku, and I am a GLC officer with Smart Comply. Sorry, can my slides go up now? Okay, so today I have the privilege of taking you on a very short journey on the importance of cybersecurity compliance to every business. So we'll be talking about the key challenges of cybersecurity compliance and the possible strategies you can actually adopt to overcome such problems. Okay, so since they are not ready, let me just present from my phone. Okay, so when we talk about cybersecurity compliance, actually, we are talking about four things. It's adherence to a set of rules, adherence to a set of requirements. It can be a framework, it can be a standard, right? So the second thing about cybersecurity compliance also is the fact that it has been made by a set of experts, right? Like a group of experts in that particular field. Then thirdly, it's a minimum baseline. We are talking about the minimum here. You can go beyond and above it. So the fourth and the most important thing actually is that it's focused on data protection. So what are we saying about data protection? So it's focused on data protection in the sense that you are going to have to implement some security controls in place. So I want you to imagine the worst you've heard about hackers, right? Anything you've heard about them, like imagine the worst part of it. Then I want you to imagine the room you left this morning. You actually shut the doors, right? You shut the windows before coming down here. Okay, so imagine a swarm of beings coming through the window, right, to your room. So what do? You try to shut the doors, right? You try to shut the windows, the doors. So that's what cybersecurity compliance is actually about. So when hackers or bad actors are trying to get into your business, get into your data, get into your infrastructures, right? So by shutting those doors, you are being compliant to cybersecurity frameworks. So what are the importance of cybersecurity? Why cybersecurity compliance generally? No, please go back. Go back, please. Okay, so why cybersecurity compliance? Like I said, it's very important for data protection. Then secondly, so by law, you're actually required to be in compliance with some of this framework, and even regulatory bodies demand it. For example, if your startup is within the financial industry, so CBN ensures that you are going to be in compliance with PCI DSS. That's one of the cybersecurity frameworks we have. Okay, so there's also the fact that you are going to have international competitive advantage against your competitors. So there's business continuity, then of course it's going to be cost saving, because at the end of the day, the money you'll be investing in your cybersecurity compliance is going to be way cheaper than what you are going to spend in recovering from a cyber attack. Next, please. Okay, so here are some of the frameworks we are talking about. There's ISO 27001. So that one is information security management system focused. Then there's the PCI DSS. So PCI DSS protects cardholder data generally. So companies in the like of Flutterwave that Mr. Boyeji mentioned the other time, so that is important for them. So there's also ISO 22301, that's Business Continuity Management System. There's the NDPR. I'm sure most of us are familiar with the NDPR. So NDPR is Nigerian Data Protection Regulation, and I'm sure you know of NDPA, which was made into law recently. That's the Nigerian Data Protection Act. So it focuses on data privacy compliance, and our dear president is actually going after everybody on this soon. So companies have been told to be in compliance with this particular framework before January 1, 2024. So there's GDPR also, that's applicable to companies within the EU and companies with presence in the EU. So there's also SOC 2. SOC 2 gives assurance to third parties that you have some necessary security procedures in place. Next, please. So here is a summary of some cybersecurity reports that has been done on small businesses in 2023. So you can see that it is said that nearly 43% of cyber attacks are on small businesses. So cyber attackers actually focus on small businesses because they know that you don't take cybersecurity compliance, you don't take it as important to you. Then only 14% of these SMBs are prepared for such attack. Then you can see the figure that has been said that has been spent on cybersecurity incidents. So between an average of $826 and $653,000. So that's how much has been spent on cybersecurity incidents. You can convert that to Naira and see how much we are talking about. And lastly, according to the World Economic Forum, 95% of cybersecurity breaches are attributed to human error. So what are we saying here? Usually, if you trace any cybersecurity attack, I can bet it with you that 95% of it is going to be based on a mistake that somebody in your employment has done. So next, please. So now let's talk about Nigerian businesses. Let's bring it home now. This is a survey by Sophos, right? So Sophos said 71% of Nigerian businesses have been hit with ransomware in the year 2021. And it was a 22% increase from that of 2020. So when we say ransomware, we are all familiar with kidnapping here. Okay, so for ransomware, instead of a person being kidnapped, right? So your data, your assets, things that are important to you are going to be the one that will be kidnapped, right? Let me just put it that way. So you'll be expected to pay a sum of money to get your data back. It has actually been happening. If you talk to your friends, if you talk to people in business, they can tell you about this. It can also be that, okay, you went to your website and at the end of the day, you are seeing things that shouldn't be there on your website, and somebody will just call you. If you want your website back to normal, then you have to pay a sum of money to get it back. So that is ransomware. So a total of over a sum of over $706,000 also has been paid as ransom in Nigeria. Like I said, it's happening. Then the average cost of rectifying cyber attack in the country also went up from $0.46 million to $3.43 million in 2021. Again, that's just emphasizing the fact that it's a big problem and it's here to stay. Next, please. Okay, so I don't know, is anybody familiar with the Momo attack of May 2022? Is anybody familiar with it? Okay, great. So if you can also go online and read it. So what happened was that Momo lost over 22 billion naira within 1 month of actually starting their business. They lost that sum of money due to unauthorized transfers that were made from their accounts. And it actually led to the business being shut down temporarily to avoid further occurrence. So if you are familiar with Patricia attack too, so there was actually something in the social media, I think last week, a man was threatening to commit suicide because he has all of his investment, right? He had put it in the Patricia business, the cryptocurrency business, right? And now Patricia lost over $2 million. They can't afford to lose that money. And even when they tried, what they did was that they tried limiting limiting people from transferring their money from their account, right? So now people have money in Patricia, but they can't use it. They can't transfer it out. And also they lost about 80% of their employees because they just can't afford operation anymore. Next, please. So those are what we've been talking about. Those are the critical consequences of not being in compliance with cybersecurity frameworks. So let's also admit that there are some challenges that startups will face, right? Number one, every startup will have limited resources. Yes, that is true. Then secondly, because startup they grow faster. If you're on the right path, yes, you grow faster. But when you are growing faster, you tend to forget the cybersecurity aspect of your business, the security aspect. You are more focused on getting more customers, scaling up your operations. Then thirdly, there is the lack of expertise. Yes, you can't afford to get the experts in those areas to come and help you to make sure that your data is secured. Next, please. So here are some strategies you can adopt. It's important for you to conduct risk assessments. When you know your risks, you can know how to avoid it, how to treat it, or even if you are going to transfer it. Also, you have to have a cybersecurity framework in mind that you can actually build your company all around. There's also employee training. Remember I said that when you study cybersecurity attacks that has been happening, right, you know that the initial vector is usually one of the employees. The attack the attack was initialized through one thing or the other that an employee has done or not done. So employee training is very important. So you also have to make data protection. You have to make it important in your operations. Then there is continuous monitoring. You have to budget for compliance also. There is incident response and reporting. Next, please. Next, please. Okay, so I know I've stated a lot of strategies and it might be a little confusing, which is why it's better for you to consider outsourcing your cybersecurity compliance in total. If you are going to outsource it, it's going to be cheaper. Then, of course, you have experts on it for you. Then you can also focus on your business, on the business part of the organization. So that's why I'm going to introduce to you Smart Comply. Next, please. So Smart Comply is an automation cybersecurity compliance platform. On that single platform, you can have access to all of this. Every compliance framework you want to be in compliance with, you can easily do that. And the funny thing is, or should I say the best thing is that you can do it from the convenience of your home, of your offices. I say home because most companies now work remotely. So rather than the usual tension that usually happens when audits are done, right? You don't have to do that anymore. Right from the platform, you can have access to the PCI scan, the penetration testing, automated scans, SOC monitoring, and a lot more actually. So we've been in operation for over 2 years, and we've done businesses with over 18 organizations worldwide. Next, please. So here are some of our partners and clients we've worked with. There's Pivo, there's Smile ID, there is a VDHQ, there's Nairagram, Edinco, and a lot of others. So what our customers have to say about us is that, one, the fact that from a single, you can go to the next slide. So from a single platform, right, customers love the fact that they have access to everything they need to be in cybersecurity compliance to any cybersecurity framework. Then secondly, customers also love the fact that we have reduced the amount of time you can use to be in compliance. And also, we've reduced the amount of money that you can use to be in compliance. So next please, to know more about us, you can easily scan the QR code. Then you can also use the other channels to contact us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Smart Comply. Are you tired? Are you tired? Okay, please get ready because this room is about to, get lighted. Like I said before, information is money. Knowledge is money. Right about now, I would like to introduce the panelists for the first panel sessions. And the first person is Mr. Akinwale Alao. He's a tax partner at KPMG Nigeria. Mr. Akinwale Alao is an expert in international tax and a recognized thought leader in technology and industrial sectors. His contributions to regulatory reforms and commitment to enhancing Nigerians' global competitiveness marks him as a distinguished professional in his field. Ladies and gentlemen, join me as I welcome to the stage Mr. Akinwale Alao. The next person to join him on the panel session is Mr. Temidayo Onioshun. A trailblazing space scientist, Mr. Temidayo Onioshun is a recognized leader in the African space industry. His journey from academia to the management of space in Africa reflects a dedication to advancing space science and instrumental role in various impactful projects across the continent. Ladies and gentlemen, join me as I welcome to the stage Mr. Sorry about that. The next person that will be joining him on the panel session is Mr. Oji Maojo Udele Amen. He's currently the head of engineering at Spiggy West, boasts a notable career in trajectory in various tech companies, showcasing expertise in product development and software engineering. His current role focuses on building high-performance engineering teams and providing an astute technical direction. Ladies and gentlemen, with a clapping ovation, join me as I welcome to the stage Mr. Ojimahojo Udehamen. And to moderate this wonderful panel session, like I said, if your notepad is not with you, please get it ready. Loila Kainka is a seasoned business professional with experience spanning across energy, FMCG, consumer marketing, and financial technology. In the past decade, she has worked in management in some of the biggest multinational giants, including Nestle, Diego, and is currently the current manager at Advancedly. An entrepreneur in her own right, she is the founder of Costi Loila, a full-spectrum concierge service suite, providing high-touch experience in high-net-worth individuals and ultra-high-net-worth individuals in Nigeria and beyond. A former national and continental lawn tennis champion, she has also competed professionally on the ATP circuit. Loila's passion for sports and desire to ensure that as many individuals as possible have an opportunity to experience and compete on the international stage, fueled by a desire to co-create sporting solution called Game Day. She is the co-founder and chief growth officer of Game Day, a community-based platform that meets the social connection needs of young adults through sports. Game Day envisions a world where individuals can find like-minded people regardless of their location, connecting them for enjoyable and competitive sports activity. She's a lover of music, collector of local art, believes in therapeutic and mind-opening power of local and international travel. Ladies and gentlemen, join me as I welcome the moderator of this panel session, Miss Loila Kainka. Please put your hands together for her. And the last person, ladies and gentlemen, to join this panel session, Mrs. Temilade Adelakun. She is a mechanical engineer with a profound interest in technology and AI, and an advocate for greater female representation in STEM fields. She volunteers for several organizations, and she's also passionately dedicated to empowering women in technology. As a Women in Tech Makers ambassador in Ibadan and STEM Belly volunteer, she actively champions this cause. Timilade's strengths lie in research and problem solving, and she is a graduate of University of Ibadan, currently as an associate product marketing manager at Google. She contributes her skills and enthusiasm to the Sub-Saharan African consumer apps marketing team, embodying a commitment to innovation and making a positive impact. Ladies and gentlemen, join me as I welcome to the stage Mrs. Temilade Adelakun. At this point, I want the microphone to the moderator.
Hi, thank you everyone. And the last panelist for this session will be none other than Mr. E. Aboyeji. I don't think he needs any other introduction, and we've spoken with him for about 30 minutes now. Thank you so much. All right. So I have my microphone. Okay, I can hold this. All right. Thank you, everyone, and welcome to our first panel session of today. Is everyone excited? Have you learned anything? Okay. I personally thought that the session that, the conversation that we had with Ian was very, very informative. Thank you so much for taking the time to come and speak with us. So we'll go ahead and just jump right in. The panel session for today is called From Idea to Market. And this is one of those things, one of those topics that, we are very, very familiar with. I mean, people on the panel are very, very familiar with. So I'll go right ahead. From idea to market, accelerating innovations. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and ask these questions. And the way that I'm trying to see that we can, your microphone is not working? Sorry, can somebody sort that out for me? Okay, all right, thank you. Awesome. All right, good. Yours is good? Yeah. All right. Fantastic. So the way we're going to do this session is going to be very, very interactive, right? I'm going to ask some general questions that I'm going to pose to the group, and then I'm going to ask a few questions that are going to be directed at certain individuals, right? So we'll start off with the first one, right? The question is, excuse me, one second. So when we eyeball the idea to market life cycle, we can deduce that innovation, customer-centric innovation, has paved the way for a lot of disruptors that have ameliorated the service offices of various sectors today. We have also seen the Fortune 500s, the banks, the traditional giants take up agile methodologies in their internal disruption. Doing all this all in a bid to get back their market share. The question is, do we see them successfully taking back their slices of cake in the nearest future? I'll give this one to Ian.
That's a good question. I think this was.
All right, okay.
So just for those who, I know you Ibadan people, we are all university, are very, very educated. So for the rest of us that wanted to understand what the question was, basically she's asking that, given the days of digital innovation, do we think that banks and telcos and all those other people,
Absolutely.
do we think that they have a chance of catching up? I happen to be one of the very few people that actually think so.
Okay.
So the problem I say, banks, telcos are all done for. But the reality is that all these companies have been spending 25% of their profits for the last 10 years on technology. Now, they may not have been spending the right kind of technology, but these guys have been spending billions of dollars on technology. But I think that they're really getting to an interesting point where, for many of these banks, you've seen now 5-6 years of this stuff going out. And then they're asking themselves that the core platforms that they depended on for the last 20 years are going to be around for the next 20 years. And if they should bet their businesses on those platforms. So for example, if you're looking at a bank, core banking is the heart of the bank, right? And so many banks are asking, should I bet my next 10 years or my next 5 years on Flex2 or Finacle or this? And the noise is getting louder. Same thing in telco, right? They're asking, should I bet my company on definitely the platform? What is the future? MTN is desperately trying to rebrand as a technology company. And I don't think that all those things are just written. I think they are actually trying. The problem that they have is that they haven't yet figured out how to work with the startup community to advance their goals. Also, currently now, the prices that people were calling to buy startup was unreasonable. But you see, now that Silicon Valley has left the room, everybody's eye has come down.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. Thank you so much, E. I mean, I do definitely agree with you. These big 500 Fortune 500 companies definitely have the capacity, they have the skill, they have the money, they have the platform to do to actually take over this space. But like you rightly said, are they agile enough? Are they forming the right partnerships with these startups to actually take over this space? Again, sometimes you find out that these multinationals or these big Fortune 500 companies are very, very slow in decision making sometimes. But yeah, thank you so much for that. All right, so the next question, and this is a general question to the panelists. Okay, so as developed by German economist Theodor Livet, the process of ideation to go to market, that is, aka what we know as the product life cycle, has 5 distinct stages. That is development, introduction, growth, maturity, and decline. What would you say is the most critical stage of this cycle and why? Yes. Okay. Child deck. Mm-hmm. 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 Absolutely. I think they're responding to what you're saying. Yeah. Wow. Oh. Quiet, please. Sorry, so that we can. All right. Mr. Alo?
Yes.
Yeah. Amazing. Mm. Go ahead. Maybe a bit louder. Sorry. They start to. Hmm. Okay. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So essentially, you are never at your peak. Keep iterating. Keep iterating. Okay. Okay, so we have three different perspectives, guys. One of our panelists, Temilade, said development is the most important. Alao says introduction is the most important. And Udale says maintenance is the most important. So I guess, well, depending on the kind of product you are trying to build, you can decide which one is most important to you. Thank you, panelists, for those answers. We're going to go to the next question. And this is actually an interesting question that affects almost every single startup or solution that is going to be put out there. So I'm going to direct this to Alao and E. We are all aware about the elephant stakeholder in the room. So please allow me ask, regulation, friend or foe?
No, no, it's fine.
Sure.
So, my point of view about regulations rather than rules. So, there's something I like to say,
Okay.
which is that policy creates markets.
Policy creates markets, okay?
Policy creates markets. What do I mean by that? When something is unregulated, it's very difficult to scale that thing
Okay.
because the vast majority of people are either unsure It doesn't have, they don't know whether what they're doing is legal or illegal, particularly large corporates,
Okay.
right? And also, it's very difficult for you to plan long term
Okay.
because you don't know whether one morning, because it's unregulated, it can be banned without any process. So a lot of startups like to work in unregulated spaces. I hate it. The first thing I do when I get into an industry is I go and make rules for our industry.
Okay.
When we started at Flotto, one of the reasons we didn't get our license in 2017 was because there were no PSSP guidelines as such when we started in 2016. It was still like on the hazy space. It was towards the end of 2016 that the guidelines were released, and then we got our license in 2017. Up until then, we were operating within the ambit of a bank, right? But when we sat down and wrote the rules for PSSP, now you have all these payment companies that were able to get a license and do the business because it was very straightforward,
Okay.
right? Even more recently, one of the businesses that I think we're in Ibadan now is Move, right? Until there was regulation for ride sharing, it wasn't possible for us to build a business like Move because it was very difficult. So I actually love regulation. What I don't like is when regulation is done without the input of stakeholders.
Okay.
And actually, the reality of our legislative process and our rulemaking process in Nigeria is that it's illegal to actually make any regulation without the input of stakeholders. It's actually illegal. And the decisions can be challenged. The problem is a lot of startups and startup entrepreneurs are ignorant. So they don't know how government actually works. They don't know that if a civil servant nilly-willy makes a rule, you can actually go to your State House of Assembly and get them to pass a law, you understand, that nullifies what that civil servant has done. So understanding the policy landscape is extremely important. Shaping the policy landscape is extremely important. You cannot build $1 billion startup in a space that is unregulated. It's impossible. It's actually impossible. So you should be looking forward to regulation as opposed to running away from it.
All right. So thank you. Thank you, Ian. Just to recap what Ian said. So from what we're hearing, regulation is a friend. From what you're saying.
It's not your friend.
It's necessary.
Yes.
It's critical.
It's like your parents.
Okay.
You won't exist without it.
Okay.
It's not your friend. It can slap you.
Okay.
But it's necessary.
All right. Amazing. Mr. Alo?
My view about regulation, I think it's similar to in his view as well.
Okay.
I think the absence of regulation creates uncertainty.
Okay.
And if there's anything that businesses that would scale it's that environment where there's uncertainty. Investors, especially foreign investors, they don't like uncertainty. And so if you want to really build something great, there needs to be regulation. So he has said a lot of things about that. What I would say, just tying to what he has said, is the need to see the need for lobbying. The need for lobbying. So I will use an example. We all know about the startup ecosystem in Nigeria and how people are trying to build and unleash their innovation. And many people thought it would help if there was a startup act that provided some form of legislation to address friction around maybe capital, friction around ease of doing business, and maybe provide some form of incentives to startups. But it was when there was collaboration between the private system, that's the startup ecosystem themselves, and the legislators, the government, the regulators. That was when a bill was eventually born and it was enacted. And so that just tells you that it's very easy to stay where you are and complain about maybe the lack of regulation or the challenges with existing regulation. But the better thing to do is to take the bull by the horn and step up and say, okay, maybe come together with other people and say, let's address this issue. Let's speak with government. Let's dialogue with government. Let's solve the problem. And when you do that, you'll find out that the government can actually have a listening ear and work together with the private sector to co-create the solution to problems. So I would say regulation is necessary, and it can be motivated in a way that is private sector focused. Thank you.
All right. Udale, do you have some comments on this? All right. Thank you so much for the responses. And since you went so in depth, I have a specific question for you. With the emergence of the regulatory framework guidelines for open banking, I know that's something you are very familiar with, is it safe to assume that there's going to be an uptake in financial inclusion, as what we've seen over the years has been financial recycling and not rather than financial inclusion? So how do I simplify this? You have, basically what I'm asking is, there is this new emergence of a regulatory framework. I don't know how many of us have heard of open banking. Okay, I'm sure he will explain it. And what we see is that we see a lot of startups coming to provide solutions that are seemingly novel, and I'm talking mostly in the financial space now. They're coming, I don't want to mention names, but a few of them are coming. They're saying that they're going to bank the unbanked. They're going to reach the people that are hard to reach so that they can have access to financial solutions. So like ATM cards, transact with money and all of that. But the question is, are they really reaching the people that are unbanked? Or are they just recycling people that already have some kind of access?
I think the problem is that the people that are unbanked, they don't need banking, they need money. You understand? And you people, you are continuing to sell banking products to them. And they don't need your banking. It's money they need. So me, I don't believe in financial inclusion. I believe in economic inclusion.
Okay, how would that work?
Economic inclusion is helping people become more productive.
Okay.
And be able to increase their income because of their increased productivity. So I'll give you a practical example. A lot of these unbanked people, because the reason why they're unbanked, they don't have money to bank. They are in the rural areas, somewhere like Saki. You understand? Maybe they are growing cassava. You understand? Cassava has a lot of people use it to soak gari. But you won't believe it that you can turn that same cassava into flour that somebody is willing to pay like $80 for in the US because they need to eat gluten free. How many of us are here about gluten free? You understand? Meaning that some people that are allergic to normal flour, ordinary bread, they need to use gari to bake their own bread. You understand? And they are willing to pay extra for it. Now, instead of somebody to build a value chain that directly connects those farmers that are farming cassava, process it, connect them to the global value chains that allow them to export the thing. Either as even some of them even use it to make abacha.
Okay.
Some of them use it different applications apart from gari. You understand? Which is a commodity. A lot of people don't do that. They are looking for those people to create bank accounts. You will now debit the bank account with the small shonkolo money that they have. You will now start charging them all sorts of fees. So we are not interested in that. What we are interested in is if you have dollar, because you can sell my cassava to somebody that wants to pay dollar. And you can make sure that I get my money in my village. If you say the only way I can get you that money is a bank account, but that bank account will have money inside, you have solved my problem. That's economic inclusion. But financial inclusion, that you be selling me debit card, that there's no money inside the account, that one is just, you understand?
All right. Thank you so much, Ian. So let's move to our other panelists. And this is a question for Dale and Tim Ilade. There are multiple criteria used to determine eligible funding across different segments and sectors. The question is, what particular technology-driven pattern or model do you see having an uptake in the next 1 to 3 years?
Do you mean startup eligible funding?
Yes.
Oh. So currently I think it's largely fintech, but I think what I see will have an uptick will be things that make people make money, right? Not just things that things that make people make money, not just things that help people keep the money they've had, right, or collect money, right? So I see an uptick in that, and in my opinion, that's what I personally double down on.
Okay.
Okay, plus one to what he has said. I would just also add that no doubt right now, most VCs are looking for like fintech companies to invest in. But to be very honest, from my own point of view, I think that to some extent, that particular space is a bit saturated in the sense that everyone is coming to literally do the same thing someone else is doing. I'm saving your money for you. I'm investing your money for you. I think that right now, VCs will most likely, if I'm wearing the cap of a VC right now, nobody say I don't invest, yeah, but if I'm wearing the cap of a VC right now, I'm looking for what are you doing differently? For example, if you're a fintech company, what are you doing differently from what every other person is doing? No doubt, there are still, when it comes to like financial inclusion, the fintech space still has like a lot of problems to solve. And I also understand that maybe regulations is one of the reasons why some people are still doing like what every other person is doing, because people want to innovate their fintech startup, but maybe the kind of regulations we have as a country could be one of the reasons, maybe. But wearing the hat of a VC, I would say that I'm looking for something different than what every other person is doing. It doesn't have to be something so big, but just something that subtly differentiates a new startup from the ones that presently exist. And I think another point I would like to make is we are presently in like the AI space. Everything is AI. I also believe that right now VCs are looking for that startup that is sort of innovating the product with AI. It doesn't have to be finance. It could be education. It could be agri. It could be logistics. Anything that sort of also like putting AI into whatsoever they are doing, because things are being, the world is moving very fast with AI. Just in the last few months, we've seen so many innovative ideas coming from the global space that AI inclined. So we can also have startups in Nigeria, in Africa, put a little bit of AI in whatever they are doing, something that is also solving people's products. So not just AI for the buzzword that, hey, dear VC, my stuff is doing AI. AI for what? Like, what is the AI doing for people? What problem is this solving? Not just you wanting people to invest in your products because you have AI in it. Yes, you have AI, we are happy for you, but what exactly is the AI doing? Is it solving more problem? Are we able to scale because of the AI you've imputed into your product? I think those are two things I would say. Thank you.
All right, thank you both. I think I had a conversation with a member of, a member that came to, to watch and be part of this conference, and he told me that he's in farming and he's doing a lot of things in farming. I think my question is, it seems as though, okay, we are currently in Nigeria. We understand the economics landscape of this country, right? I know there is a big boom with tech. We want to leverage tech and all of that. But I personally feel like a lot of focus, like you said, has been shifted towards certain sectors. Fintech, investments, wealth management, things like that, maybe payments even, right? How do you believe, and I'm speaking to both of you, do you believe that there are opportunities in spaces like agriculture, like, what Ian was talking about, the commodity space, things in the FMCG, consumer products, fast-moving consumer goods, industries like that, do we not believe that there are innovative opportunities there that can also leverage tech? And are these sectors or industries or verticals lucrative enough for investors to be interested in?
Yeah. So I think there are opportunities in those sectors, right? For example, agriculture. I don't think there has been a decline in funding for agriculture.
People will always eat.
Yeah, and I think there have been a lot of
Good.
And I think there have been a lot of agri-tech startups, right, springing up, and even some that have like.
You said agri-tech startups?
Yeah.
Okay.
That have relatively matured, right? But a lot of them had to pivot from the model they thought was the model, right, to other models, which were, would I say, more profitable, more downstream, and less in the face of consumers. So you don't exactly see them, right? They're a bit invisible to you. So I think there are a lot of opportunities in other verticals, right here, taking on tech. And for FMCGs, I think a lot of the FMCGs are rapidly adopting tech, right? But
Sorry, a lot of FMCGs?
are rapidly adopting tech.
Okay.
Right? But in areas you can't see if you're outside the system, yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Sorry, I was a bit distracted when you were asking the question. So the question is, why are VCs not investing in like other core areas?
Yes. So the question is, what other, I was just giving an example for agriculture and the likes, but outside of fintech and all the verticals fintech has, what other sectors do you believe are lucrative enough for investors to be interested in, local and international investors?
Yeah, for me, I would say the creative space right now, let's be very honest, the creative space in Africa in general is becoming, I mean, we have our talents going global, doing amazing stuff in the global space. So I think that the creative space is one of the booming sector we presently have in Nigeria and Africa, where investors should sort of keep their eyes out there for. I think another would be logistics, maybe because I am particularly sort of biased towards the logistics side of Nigeria. I feel like there's a lot to be solved. No doubt, maybe one of the major challenges that a startup person or a founder will see is traffic. There are other ways we can bypass traffic and still solve this whole logistics thing. But two sectors that I presently feel like should be invested in: the creative space, number one, because it's a growing market right now. It's going to become something super big than what is presently in right now in a few years. And the earlier investors tap into that sector, the better for the economy of the country. Investors that are Africa inclined. Then the other is going to be logistics. There's still a lot to be done from a logistics side of things. Not just even food logistics, even delivery, last mile delivery, and a couple of others. Yeah, those are the two sectors
Awesome.
I'll talk about.
Thank you so much. And finally, I have a question that I think every or most startup founders, people who are looking to innovate in the startup space, usually ask themselves. And I'm putting it to the group, and maybe Ian and Alo can answer this. Is it better to innovate by optimizing an existing solution to a current problem, developing a new solution to an existing problem, or creating a solution to a problem that we did not even know is a problem?
I mean, there is no blanket answer to the question. Ecosystems typically go through different phases where what they need is different. The challenge I often find with startups is they often forget that, building a tech startup in Nigeria in 2022 is not the same thing as building a tech startup in Silicon Valley in 2022. The guy you are looking at in Silicon Valley has had the benefit of infrastructure, talent, regulation, a lot of systems that have been built up over decades. While you are building, most things that you are building, you are not really disrupting anybody because the existing market player is even so small compared to the opportunity of the market. And so I often say you have to look at the problem from its fundamentals. Don't just look at it as, oh, this guy is doing something there. What can I do on my side? I want to give an example based on what you just talked about. I am one investor that I'm not necessarily fond of fintech, because I think the vast majority of fintech startups add zero value, right? The vast majority. They don't add any value. If at all, they actually add to people's debts. They are just digital loan sharks, right? And, both from a religious standpoint, but also from a ethics standpoint, I think most of them should not actually exist. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But then when you ask, okay, what kind of problems should you want focus on solving? We are living in a time when food inflation is at an all-time high.
Okay.
Right? Everybody is paying more for food. Income is not increasing in tandem. What are startups doing to solve that problem? You are at a point where energy costs have risen by as much as 455%. Right? What are startups doing to solve that problem? That's what I'm interested in. That you built one new app, the app is this one, that one. It doesn't make any sense. So we need to keep bringing everything back to how can technology increase productivity, lower cost, and increase income. If that's not what the thing is doing, it doesn't matter whether it's new, old, or current. You understand?
Yeah.
It's not going to work. And if it doesn't work for people, it won't be a big business.
Okay. And I think because of time, I'm going to ask you a specific question, Mr. Alo, and it's completely different. Thank you, Ian, for answering that question. So from a consultant's bird's eye view, do you think that the Japa wave has had a detrimental effect on the availability of skilled hires in the nation today? And how do we see these regulations playing in a bid to bridge that increasing gap? So everybody's Japaing now. Who is left to do the work? He's talking about, and even Udali are talking about creating new solutions, exploring the opportunities that exist in different verticals. But if we have a brain drain, who is going to do the work? What do you think regulators can do?
So to answer your question, the answer is absolutely yes. The immigration wave is putting a lot of strain on companies and affecting companies' ability to get skilled talent. So that's definitely yes. And the interesting thing about the immigration wave is that it's targeting the middle class and the upper class of the Nigerian society. And it's those classes that typically have the education, the expertise, and the exposure to really build anything sustainable, to build, if you want to build solutions, create solutions that can scale, it's those sectors, those classes that you want to focus on. And when they then leave, it's difficult to grow the economy. In my own team alone, I lead so just my own unit. About within last 1 year, about 15% of my team members have jackpot. And we're talking about people that are senior managers, seniors, people that have core experience, people that are difficult to replace. And what that means is you then have to bring in more people, freshers, right? You need to invest more in training. And those who are experienced, who are left, we need to roll up our sleeves and do more work because those people have left. So it's a big challenge. When I then look at it, when you talk about regulation, I think government can really step in and do some things in this area. And to paint a picture of where government comes in is to understand that you can look at the immigration wave and look at it as a problem, but it also has an opportunity side. On the one hand, we have shortage of skilled manpower, that's correct. But on the other hand, when you also look at the fact that we have a high level of unemployment and underemployment. When you add unemployment and underemployment, it's at over 50%. And so we can turn things around and say, what if we strategically position ourselves? We have over 200 million people, right? Over 60% of the Nigerian population are under 25. Over 60% are under 25. So you have a large pool of agile talent that can be taught. And so what we can do is strategically position ourselves as a nation that exports talent, skilled talent. And of course, you then are thinking of diaspora remittances. You are thinking of the impact we have. India has done something like that, right? And that's where government can come in. There's a lot of things that government can do, but I think one that is fundamental is investing in education. Investing in education like science, technology, engineering, and math courses and things like that. Ensuring that funding is available. Normally, the recommended percentage of a developing country's budget that should be given to education is 15%. In 2023, we are doing about 5%. That's a third of the recommended. And so it's no surprise that we aren't doing so much when it comes to education. All my life, I went to public schools. So my primary school is not far from here. Police Children's School in LA, went to secondary school in Ibadan, went to Ladoke Akintola University.
You are a local.
I got good education. Today, you can't say the same thing, right? Because the level of education has declined. And so I think government investing in education is very important. And then the last thing I would say is, apart from making funding available to education, it's also even how do you use the funds? So we have a lot of funds, hundreds of billions of naira that are not being put to good use. You have the Industrial Training Fund, for instance, that every employer of labor in this country contributes 1% of their payroll cost to. You have the Tertiary Education Trust Fund, where 2% of companies' profits go into. You have all those kind of funds. And, you shouldn't have all those funds, and they are not really making any impact. And so government needs to sit up and ensure that it's trying to solve the problem that we have by at least investing in education. So I will stop.
Thank you so much. And this is going to be the last question from me. I'll have a question. How many people here use PiggyVest? Hands up. Ah, fantastic. I have this question for our PiggyVest rep here. Okay, so Udale, in your opinion, has PiggyVest helped with facilitating financial literacy education since its inception? What is the next thing for PiggyVest? Today, you're one of the biggest digital wealth platforms in Nigeria, right? With over 10 billion assets under your management. What should we look forward to PiggyVest reforming or metamorphosing into? You have your customers here.
Hello? Okay, I think the answer is yes. I think we've helped people manage money and grow their money.
Sorry, I really want them to hear.
I think the answer is yes. I think we've helped people grow and manage their money. A few months back, we pushed out into the press that we've helped people. We've paid back about 1 trillion naira, right, from people's savings. And that includes money they put in, plus money we helped them make, right? Because our job is just to get money from people, invest it in funds they won't have had access to, and give them that with returns. I think the answer is yes. And for what you should be looking forward to from us, we're going more platform, right? We're building more platforms, right? Looking for a way to put PiggyVest into most of the apps you use currently, right? So we're doing that and also exploring the business landscape. Yeah.
We'll take one or two questions from, oh wow, okay. Maybe we'll take a male and a female. Do we have a female?
I'm just going to use the bathroom.
Yes, please. Okay. Okay. We only have male hands, so I guess we'll take two males. Your hand was up first. Yes, please.
Yes, so I think my question goes to Ian. And, okay, so I'll take my question after.
Ian just stepped out to use the bathroom. Do we have any other questions that are not for Coming right back. Amazing. Okay. Do we have any other questions? Not for Ian. Okay, fantastic.
Okay, is there anything like loving your customers too much? Because, for example, I'm building a solution for agriculture, the agricultural sector, where farmers sell their product before they harvest it. But then there's a problem of this health of, for example, swans, that's pigs. Last year, a lot of farmers lost a lot of pigs due to this African swan virus. And I know a way we can solve this problem with AI by collecting data from these farmers and building something that can detect this problem on time. But then I just launched this week, and I'm trying to take that problem head on again, solving the problem of the marketplace problem, now picking up the problem of solving this virus, because it's not just, I'm not just going to do pigs, I'm going to collect data for the birds, the pigs, and other animals. Is there anything like loving your customers too much and taking on too much too early in a startup life cycle?
Anyone?
Hello. Yeah, so I think, that's a fantastic solution. But I think there's nothing like loving your customers too much. But there has to be a balance between that and prioritizing, right? You don't have infinite resources. You have finite resources. And because you have finite resources, you have to focus on what you can do that gives the most impact per time, right? And also have like strategy. Like you have a strategy. You can't do everything at once, but over time. And then look for a way to make that compound, right? So if you do something now, if you put the next thing second, it takes advantage of things you've done now and compound, right? So that way, you have like multiplier effect.
I think if I would just add to that, I would say you should also know that you don't have to do it alone. There's the place for partnerships. So you have bodies like the IITA that are set up to do some research when it comes to agriculture. So it's just about identifying what is it that you want to do. Are there bodies or are there funds or are there government agencies that are already set up to tackle that kind of challenge? And then seeing how do I collaborate, how do I network, how do I partner with them to solve this problem? The important thing is for the problem to be solved. And then at the end of the day, because you are involved in it, you can find the way to get some return from that investment of your time and perhaps money to win customers and make money down the line. So that's what I would say.
Okay, good afternoon. So this is not particularly a question, but I just want to seize my opportunity with Ian as regards my several moves to have a word with him with partnership with Move. So we've built a solution that helps Move drivers. Yeah, I need a feedback from him on this here. So we've built a solution that helps Move as a company not to pay for comprehensive cover on their vehicles annually, right? We've built a solution where while these drivers are hustling on Uber, they can essentially pay per minute for comprehensive cover. So a guy is hustling for 5 hours and he can just get comprehensive cover for 5 hours, right? So paying, say for example, 500 naira at the end of the day, compared to Move paying 350,000 in upfront annual premium payment, right? So I've been looking to have a word with you to get a feedback on this product and how it makes sense with the ride share space. So that basically is what I need feedback from you for. Thank you.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't work for Move. I'm an investor, so I really can't say. But off the top of my head, I think the way to think about it is, I don't know that insurance is like one of their biggest costs. So I don't know that's where they want to start saving money, right? So this may work very well for like, if you're doing car rentals or something like that, and you have individual customers who may not want to pay an increased insurance premium when they are not driving the car. That makes a lot of sense. But I think when it comes to things like ride sharing, because ultimately the reality is you can't really ascertain who, or like the driver is always in possession of the car. So there's no real upsides to just insuring the car when they are driving. Because if something happens when they are not driving, then what happens? Well, yeah. So I think it's worth discussing with Move, but I don't know that they are the customer for this. I would look for like somebody who's doing something more like a zip car, rental car kind of thing.
All right, thank you. That's it from us today. Thank you for your time. Please, our panelists will be around to speak with you. Please catch them before they leave. And thank you. Oh, we would like to take some pictures, please, with all the panelists.
Hello, hello. Please, once again, can we all appreciate our panelists? Okay, I believe that most of us will still have questions to ask, but our time is fast spent, so we are trying as much as possible to manage the time. Moving on, please, I'll be calling on the Alternative Bank for their brand presentation. Please, you have just 2 minutes. As Alternative Bank is presenting, please, 386 consorts should get ready for their own brand presentation. Thank you very much. Please, once again, put your hands together for them. Please, the representative for the Alternative Bank. Okay. One of the major sponsors for this wonderful event. Please appreciate them, please appreciate them. Without them, this event wouldn't have been a success. So, sir, please, you have just 2 minutes. Yeah, just 2. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon. I have a speech, but I will not use my speech so that I can know that I know my product and my bank very well. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you guys are enjoying yourself. Thank you very much for the audience and thank you for having us. I'm Lukman Adekola by name. I work with the Alternative Bank as the head of corporate and investment banking. And I just want to introduce our bank briefly to you. I know most of you have heard a lot about our bank, but for the Alternative Bank, the name stands for what we do. It's just we have decided to create a pattern for people to bank outside the normal conventional way that we know about, right? Banking that gives you the comfort and sees your bank as your partner, not just as a banker. So at the Alternative Bank, we've been existing for over a while, for over 5 years as the Alternative Finance, as a window in Sterling Bank. But right now, Sterling Bank has emerged and evolved into an holding company as Sterling Financial Holding Company, where we have 2 banks, Sterling Bank and the Alternative Bank, which we can call Alt Bank or Gold Standard. So anywhere you see the gold on black, that's the Alternative Bank. And then you might not necessarily see us around, but we are more of projecting more of a digital solution, a digital banking platform with the trust and the guarantee that you need. At the Alternative Bank, we are also very big in the e-commerce space. We have a lot of products that in the e-commerce space, we are the ones powering Alt Mall that gives you opportunity to do your commercial transactions, even when you don't have the immediate needed cash for it. We would fund that and agree a structured payment system for you, depending on your sort of credit profile as a person. Also, we have other products like Alt Power that gives you opportunity to also have the 24 hours power in your environment or your house. But I know the one that suits the audience here is more of the Alt Bs, based on the MSME business. We have what we call Alt Bs to power the MSME businesses, to support your business. Once we can understand and discover that you have a trajectory and you know what you are going to deliver and you know the sort of impact your product or your program is going to have in your immediate environment, we are very big on supporting such businesses. So we are not just about supporting businesses to make profit, but we are interested in businesses that is going to create the next impact in your immediate environment. That's positive impact. So when you see the alternative bank, you would see our products like Alt Power, Alt Mall, Alt Drive, Alt Biz. So we tend to couch our businesses with the alt in front of it. And these are good products that you can find on our alternative bank app, where you see the bouquet of our products, and you can look at it and see what suits your immediate need, and then you can approach us either digitally or physically, where you see our presence, and we are here to support you. So I would like to say a very big thank you to everyone and the host. This has been a very successful event, and we are proud to be part of it. We are proud to be a part of Ibadan and Oyo Town. We will continue to be a part of Ibadan and Oyo Town. We will continue to look for the best way and best opportunities to partner with you and help you grow yourself individually or institutionally. Thank you very much. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much, sir, for keeping to time at exactly 2 minutes. I said before that they are one of the major sponsors, but that was an error. They are the major sponsor for this event. So please, I would like to ask you, please, can we put our hands together for them, please? Thank you very much, the Alternative Bank. Right now, I will be calling on 386 Consorts for their own brand presentation. 386 Consorts, an IT consulting firm for their own brand presentation. Please put your hands together for the young lady that is coming on board. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hope you are all good. So I will just dive right into it because we don't have much time. So I'm here to talk about grants, the challenges, and how we can navigate different grant opportunities. So what is grants? Grants generally is a financial support given to us by the government, NGOs, and firms. I have been a grant applicant for, we have a particular product, Agro-Previa Initiative. It's an agricultural product. I've been to apply for grants for some time. I've applied for like 6 to 7 grants. So I'm going to tell this story from my own experience. I'm not saying because they say it's from my own experience. So the overview of a grant, I've said, is a financial award given to us by the government. It's a support. It's not like they are going to give it to you. You have to have a product first before you get a grant. You have to have a product. You have to have something you've either pushed to life before you can actually apply for a grant. Then moving on, we say we have opportunities in different ranges. You don't just say that grant is only for tech firms. No. We have grants for the educational sector. We have grants for the health sector. We have grants for the agricultural sector. Then we'll now have grants for tech and all that. So definitely, grants is very important. It's very important to every business. It's very important for the funding, for researchers to bring your ideas to fruition. And when you are a grant recipient, it's not just that you've gotten money to push your product to life. No, with grants, you can get collaborations. You connect with people of like minds. Many grant opportunities, they mentor you in your stage, in the stage to which your product will come to life. Then moving forward, I want us to see the economic sector of grants for the past 3 years. As at 2020, health was the highest of it because of COVID-19. We all know that COVID-19 vaccine was brought to fruition through grants. Yes, it was a support from the government and from NGOs, same as polio vaccine. Then 2021, agriculture, and then 2022, agriculture too. So moving on, I want to talk about the grant opportunities. We have project grants, which all of us we know. We want to bring our products to life and all. We have fellowship grants. It's used to support career people. We have equipment grants. Maybe you want to build something, say, what is it called? HIV vaccine or something. Then you need this particular equipment. It's not in Nigeria. There are firms that give these opportunities, these grant opportunities to you. You go out, travel out to bring this equipment just to make sure your product is live. Then we have travel grants too. Then all these grant opportunities actually fall under three major grant branches, which is the government, the NGOs, and the FAME. Then speaking of FAME or corporate organizational grants, 386 Consorts, we currently started a grant opportunity. We currently have 4 awardees in 386 Consorts from different universities. We started it this year, and we have, actually this year is just in Nigeria, but then next year, hopefully, we are going to spread it forth to West Africa, hopefully. Then moving on, I want to talk about the challenges we face in grants, lack of time and resources. You know, when we click on a grant site, we are quick to just click on apply now. No, when you get to a grant site, the first thing you should look out for is the deadline. That's very important, the deadline. Then the second thing is the eligibility status. Because when you start applying, you will not see that they are asking you for your CAC, and many of us, many startups, we are not yet registered. So now, why then click on apply now when you're not yet registered? So you have to look through, you have to reach so you don't waste your time or your resources. Then the second challenge we face is complex application requirements. I can remember there is this international grant I applied for, I think this year, early this year. They asked for so many things. They asked for, I almost gave them my blood, but they asked for so many things. So moving on, we have limited funding opportunities. Their funding sources might be limited, especially in specific areas. You might be applying for grants in the health sector, and they're asking you for some things you don't have. So to be on a safe side, don't just open a grant site and just click apply now. No, when you open a grant site, check for the deadline. Check for eligibility status, then you now click on apply now. So moving forward, I've given you the challenges. So these are ways to conquer these challenges. Start early. There was this grant site my boss sent to me. It was already getting to deadline, okay? So you have to start early. While writing, you have to actually have a proposal. Don't say when you see you start. No, you have to have a proposal. You can actually just go check online the step-by-step process of writing a grant. You have to have a proposal at heart so that when you get an opportunity or a grant link, when you click, you will just be filling it in with your proposals. So start early to write your proposal. Do your research very well. Are you in the health sector, agricultural sector, educational sector? Do your research very well and have these things in at heart. So getting feedbacks. Ask other researchers. The product I currently have, when I wanted to submit my first grant application, I gave it to, I think, 2 professors, and 4 other persons read and gave their review too. So get feedback. Ask other researchers to review your grant proposal. Then be persistent. I said I've applied for 6. I've actually forgotten, like 6 to 7 with that same. So did I stop at 1 because they did not give me a feedback? No, I did not stop, but I continued. But then there was this one I applied for, I think May or June. I got a feedback. I successfully went to the second stage of it. So, but then, I don't know what happened. I didn't get an email for the last stage, but then again, it's a win for me, and I celebrated it. So moving on, so just in conclusion anyways, I don't really have much time. So in conclusion, grants are very essential. It's essential. And let me tell you, guys, you might be saying pre-seed and grant is not the same thing. It's just a slight difference. Okay, let me just use as an example. You have this land. You're seeing this, let's say, empty piece of land. You've already envisaged in your mind that I want to build a salon here. It should be a unisex salon. We have the female and the male section. But then you don't have the money to start it. It's just an idea inside your head. You don't have any money to bring it to fruition. That is what then, when you start applying for grants, when you apply for grants and you get this grant, with that grant, you will start working on that thing. So grant is support. Yeah, grant is support. I hope I'm not mixing it. Okay, so pre-seed, let me talk about pre-seed first. So pre-seed is what you get when you've not brought your product or services to life. You just have an idea. So with pre-seed is an investment that firms ask for to bring their product to life. But then grants, you have to have this product. Like now, my own is life. Agro-Prever Initiative is life. I have the product. I'm needing to apply for grant. I'm asking for support. I'm not asking for help. Like, it's just support. Just support me to make this project come to life. So in conclusion, grant is necessary for health, agriculture, education sector, even the public fames and all. So thank you for listening. And I hope after today you should actually have a product and not saying, oh, let me see a grant link first before I get a product. No, have your proposal, write it, keep it, go online, check for how to write proposal, keep it. Then when you see an opportunity, you can start applying. Just make something, just try. Even if it's just how to apply or anything, just try. Thank you very much. Say thank you.
Thank you. Are you okay now? All right, thank you very much. 386 consult. Well, when one of the speakers came here, he mentioned that he finished from UI. How many UI students are here? UI graduates? Wow. When I know Sabi shout to. Do we have Unilag here? You are the only one who. Do we have Uni Oshun? Or the Shun Shun? Do we have OAU here? OAU, are you here? Are you the only one? OAU. Okay, greatest Ife. Articulate Ife. Ever conscious Ife. Hello, hello. Greatest UI. Of the greatest UI. Of the greatest UI. Of the greatest Ife. Of the greatest Bagba. If you finish from Great Ife, Great Ife, Great Ife, Africa. We are okay. Another great. Okay.
Thank you very
Okay.
much. Would like to go to the next panel session. I told you we have a lineup of astute speakers. They have traveled from far and near to be with us. And so for the next panel session, I'm going to start with the first speaker. Akinroko Taiwo is the founder and the CEO of A Food. Can you please make a noise for A Food? He began his tech journey during his college years and demonstrated his problem-solving abilities with the development of innovative social discovery app. A-Food represents his commitment to leveraging technology for the benefit of food-related businesses, showcasing his visionary approach in the tech landscape. Please, a warm welcome and a warm round of applause for Mr. Akinroko Taiwo. Next line-up of an amazing speaker is a trailblazing space scientist. He's a recognized leader in the African space industry. His journey from the academia to management of space in Africa reflects a dedication to advancing space science and his instrumental role in various impactful projects across the continent. Please make welcome Mr. Temidayo Oniosun. Please make welcome Mr. Temidayo Oniosun. Also on this panel session, this is a very special panel session. It's going to be very intellectual. He's a partner at Verod Keppel Africa Ventures, a company that invests in exceptional founders from Africa who are addressing critical gaps between the current state and the desired ideal. He holds a BS in Regional Economics and Resource Sciences from the University of Tokyo and an MBA from Harvard Business School. In addition to his role as a partner with Verod Keppel Ventures, Satoshi has a rich professional history. He previously served as the chief of staff at Sojitz Corporation, a prominent general trading company in Japan, and as a director at Sojitz Corporations here in Nigeria. Please make welcome Mr. Satoshi Shinada. Thank you very much. To moderate this panel session, we have gone through our profile earlier. Please make welcome Ms. Lolia Kienka. Please make welcome Ms. Lolia Kienka. Thank you very much and have a wonderful panel session.
Thanks, guys. So this panel is going to be a bit different. Welcome, panelists. We're going to ask one question each to each of the panelists, and then we're going to take the rest of the questions from the audience, right? So welcome, panelists. Thank you so much for taking the time and, making your way all the way to Ibadan for this. All right, so we're gonna just go ahead and start. The topic, so can we put the topic up and then just keep the focus on the panelists, please, so that we can have some concentration. Thank you. All right, so this panel session is focused on catalyzing growth and unlocking investment opportunities in Ibadan startups, right? I know there are a lot of founders, co-founders, people with ideas that are about to be founders here. So this session is for you. You probably want to know what these astute businessmen, VC operators are looking for as regards investment opportunities. All right, so I'll get started. So the first question is for Satoshi. All right. So, with the increasing trend of corporate venture capital, how do startups navigate potential conflicts of interest and maintain their independence while benefiting from strategic partnerships with larger organizations? Your mic is not working.
Hello.
Okay. Hi.
So your question is about potential conflict of interest when the corporate venture capital invests in startups. Is that
yes.
Right? Okay, so I don't really see a lot of conflict of interest because usually big corporates tries to outsource innovation from startups, and it is more about collaboration. Mm-hmm. For example, in Japan, there are so many corporate venture capitals, and they have invested in Japanese startups and also Silicon Valley startups, and now they are looking at Africa.
Okay.
And in this context, I think it's better to focus on Africa in the case of Japanese corporate venture capital so that you can understand the context very well. So Japanese companies have been struggling in Africa for the past 15 years, 20 years, because we have seen so many Chinese companies and Indian companies, Korean companies coming into Africa, and Japanese products are no more competitive enough. And now, if you look at VC funding in Africa, most of the funding are coming from Europe and the US. And also the local VCs who are actually backed by European DFIs or the American DFIs. And we've seen Chinese products like Chinese capital like OPay or PalmPay, but usually Chinese monies are still flowing to back Chinese companies, Chinese startups. So Japanese corporate venture capital are finding opportunities to actually bring more capital into Africa. And how they want to enter into Africa is by outsourcing innovation from the local startups, how to sell the product, how to understand the pain points of the consumers, and how to actually not just like upgrade the product. Sometimes they want to downgrade the product to fit the willingness to pay of the consumers in Africa. And we've already seen some Japanese companies already acquiring some startups in Southeast Asia so that they can have a strong foothold in the market. And most of them have this kind of long-term 10 years, 15 years plan, how they start collaboration with startups in Africa and potentially acquire them. And that's where we as a VC fund has a role to play. We help them to understand the market by onboarding them as our investors of our fund. And we help them to learn about different business models, startups in Africa. Let's assume like this Japanese company invests 1 million into one company in Africa. And if that fails, then his learning would be so less for 1 million. But if his 1 million will be spread into 20 portfolio companies that we invest in, then he has 20 examples to learn from. So I think that's how the venture capital can actually help corporates and companies to learn about the market. So I think we are still at the step one. We have onboarded Japanese companies to invest in us. And we are using that money to invest in startups here. And step two is to actually bring them to Nigeria and interact with startups and kickstart discussion with startups how to collaborate. And we are now getting to actually step two. And in the past 5 years, we have brought 15 Japanese companies to make their first direct investment into African startups in our portfolio. And I think the step three would be having more collaboration between the startups in Africa and the Japanese companies and start to see hopefully acquisition by these Japanese companies, which could be win-win for not just startups and the Japanese companies, but also for the local investors, because we are all on the same cap table of the startups. And the biggest headache for the startups and the investors here are lack of exit opportunities in Africa. So overall, I'm seeing more positive effect rather than like conflict of interest.
Thank you, Satoshi. I think I need to reiterate the kind of people you have on this panel and who Satoshi is amongst others. Does anybody know what a VC does? You know what a VC does, right? And essentially, Satoshi is leading Keppel Africa, the Japanese VC in Nigeria. I think you want to listen to what he's saying about what they are looking out for. VCs are those companies that invest in ideas, in solutions at the beginning, in the middle, at the end, wherever. You probably want to understand and hear what he has to say concerning whether your idea, your startup, just depending on what stage you are on. These are very, very astute business people that have done quite a bit in their space. So I say that so that we can keep the noise a bit down and try to listen to what they're saying. Who knows? Anything can happen. All right. Thank you, Satoshi. I'll hand it over to my CEO of Hey Foods. And this is a question that I think you've probably faced as you were trying to build your company, right? Startups often face challenges trying to scale their operations in nationwide, right? You're currently in Ibadan. I'm sure you're probably trying to scale to other states, locations, right? What are the strategies that you can share? What are some of the strategies that you recommend startups, similar to yours in other industries, whatever? What are some of those strategies that you recommend for startups in general to use to expand from the location that they are currently in to other locations? And how can investors support them?
I'll start from the last one. How can investors support them? So one of the things like that investors bring to the table is what I would say, connections. They can make very good intros for you, right? So apart from the money, sometimes when you're raising money, you look at what is it outside of the money that this person, like this VC firm, can do for me, right? So can they basically, you talked about regulation in the last panel session. So sometimes you want someone that would be able to, help you get your plea like out there basically. So investors are very good like on that end, like making intros for you and also talent acquisition, right? So they considerably have a network like that is larger than yourself. Like so you want to hire a CTO or you want to actually hire like somebody to handle that expansion itself. You could email your investors like they should help with that process. So, but in general, in trying to scale, right, I'd say that wherever you start from, you want to build a playbook first, right? Something that you understand, like how you handle, like essentially every pipeline of your business. So, some businesses like ourselves is very operation heavy. So, like before you could launch in any new region, you need like a foot on the ground.
Okay.
So you want like somebody that has like local knowledge, basically.
Local knowledge.
Yes. You want somebody that understands like the market itself. So typically that's the person you want to hire first. But like I think like many other startups are not operations heavy. Like you don't need to have a foot on the ground to be there. So if you are working on like a social media company or you are working on like, something like WhatsApp, for example, like you don't have to like have somebody that has to go to the market itself. So you can learn about the markets like in general, like without actually going there, basically. So I'd say like that's the first thing. So get yourself like a very good understanding of the market. Get somebody with a very good local knowledge that could handle it. And the playbook you have from wherever you are coming from, sometimes you need a modification, Sometimes like what works in a city A doesn't essentially work in city B. But in general, like they are never like completely opposite. So it's just more like iteration. It's just more like making minute modifications out there. And also, I'd say like the most important question before you want to expand is, do you have something that is working? Right?
Do you have something that is working?
Yes. You don't want to take like, basically you don't want to spend a lot of money on something that is not working.
Okay.
Get a lot of customers. They just drop off. So it's just going to be like a bell-shaped graph itself. So ensure you have something that you are pretty confident in. You already have a very active loyal base. Spending a lot of money on like a channel to grow is not going to be a problem for you at that point. So that's going to be like my advice on that.
Amazing, amazing. Thank you so much for that. Thank you so much. And my final question goes to you, Temi Dyer. Right? So the startup ecosystem, right? We have a lot of startups, and we only hear about a select few because most of the rest of them just fail, right? There's a high failure rate of startups in different economies. As an investor and as a business owner, how do you assess? I'm sure people come to you either for investments or for advice or anything like that. How do you assess and manage risk? How do you assess, risk management associated with any early stage startup? So for example, any early stage startup, for example, I come to you and say, I have this product called ABC, right? And I'm saying, please assess it for me. What are the risks? What are the things I should look out for? What kind of advice, what are the verticals you look out for to ensure that, I'm on the right track? And what lessons have you learned from your own business that you want to pass down to any startup co-founder or founder that is coming to you?
Okay, thank you very much. Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay, so I think the first thing is to understand that, the competition is not local. So, whatever industry or whatever startup you're trying to do, the competition is not just within your circle. These days, competitions are global. So, if other local companies are not coming in to disrupt whatever industry you're operating in, some global companies might come and do the same thing. So understanding that, for me, the second thing is, these days, more attention is paid towards like the unit economics of whatever you're trying to do. Like Ian said, we've sort of like gone past the time of ridiculous valuation, raising huge amount of money with, just some PowerPoint presentation and all. Now the business have to make sense. The path to growth and profitability, has to be very clear. And on the personal note, I also think that a lot of startups need to think beyond their immediate ecosystem. Everybody's building fintech, everybody's trying to build another logistic company or another ed tech company or whatever. There are so many industries to, look out for and, find opportunities in. Personally, I now prioritize companies that are looking at the global or like the foreign market. Companies that have the potentials of bringing in FX. One of the things we don't understand yet in Nigeria is the fact that, or in Africa generally, is the fact that we don't really have a lot of money. We're poor. So, the amount of money you can make in a poor ecosystem, there is a cap to it. But if you're building for like the global market, the possibilities are endless. So I think people need to start thinking about how they can build product and services for people outside of Africa, because there's a lot of opportunities in that. And that's what, we're doing in my startup. For the past 5 years, our market has never been Nigeria. Our market has always been, the global market, because there's like a lot of opportunities there. And I think that, that's one of the things that people actually need to start thinking about. Let's build, enough of solving, small problems. Let's start solving wicked problems. Let's start building product and services that, people outside of Africa can actually use.
Thank you so much, Timidaya. So build locally relevant products and services, but that are also internationally scalable. Fantastic. So we're going to take questions from the audience. Do we have any questions? Oh, okay. You can just...
Thank you very much. My question is directed to you, sir, the last speaker. I want to ask, when you're building products locally and your market is global, how do you take care of the market issues? I mean, the market that is available over there. How do you understand what is happening there and compared to what is here? For instance, if you look at the payment of the fintech ecosystem, for instance, Flutterwave, Paystax, and the likes. We cannot compare them to Shopify. I mean, the market is huge also for them in Africa. So how do you compare both of them together? That is one. And two, I want to ask that in the process of trying to solve global problems locally, how do you see, well, how do you project the market for yourself, for someone that is solving problem locally? Thank you. That's for you. Answer. Satoshi, okay, you talk from the VC space, and I'm really happy to hear that. I want to ask, what are your strategies for selecting African startups that you invest in? And what are the conditions for startups? We have a lot of startups that are here. What are the things that they need to meet? I'm talking in terms of your investment memo and criteria for you to select startup that you want to put your money in for your LPs, limited partners. Thank you very much.
What is specifically asking me?
All right. So what are your criteria for selecting companies?
Okay. So how do you, you were trying to compare markets. So first of all, I'm not saying you should not build local, you should not bring solutions for like the local market anymore, but I'm just saying that people need to start, thinking global. People need to start looking for opportunities within the shores of this country. One of the problems our country is facing today is that we don't have a lot of exports. And tech skills are a very good way to build global export. So let's start looking for opportunities outside of this market. And in trying to compare the market, I think one of the ways to look at this is this. You're an engineering student and you're thinking of doing startup, and the only thing you're thinking about is fintech. We've got a lot of engineering problems in Nigeria, in Africa. Why are you not thinking along that line? What is, you're studying electrical engineering, or like you're a mechanical engineer, but like you want to build the next fintech. Why? I can use myself as an example. I studied meteorology from in Futa, and I've been, while I was on campus, I was working in the space industry, and that was where I picked the interest in space. And when I was thinking about starting a company, I was thinking along that line. How can I build a local solutions in the space industry for the global market? I know there is no space market in Nigeria, so I couldn't build a product or a service for like the Nigerian space market, but I could build something for a global market, and that's what we did. So one of the things you need to look at is look inward, like, what are you currently doing? What are you studying? I understand that a lot of people in this room are like students. Why are you trying to replicate what someone else has built? Why are you building someone else's feature or someone else? Yeah, why are you building someone else's feature as a company? Look within and then find like solutions you can develop, for market that are not even in the immediate. And if you're already within this type of ecosystem, it makes it easier for you. I was working in the space industry. It was easier for me to build a company in the space industry that is now doing millions of dollars in revenue and bringing FX into the market. So this is just an example. So there are a lot of opportunities even in Nigeria that we're not even addressing. Everyone is building similar, companies in like similar verticals, and we've got so many inherent problems that we're not even looking at, whether it's from the manufacturing area to even some wicked problems. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, so maybe to the question about what we focus on, maybe I start with like what we expect to see from the local indigenous founders in this market. So I don't want your business model to come from copy and paste from global trends. First of all, it echoes with Ian's points, but we want you to really understand the deepest pain points in the market to design your product or service. And if you don't tackle the deepest pain points, no one will pay to your service or product. And once you know what you want to build, then you can start to learn from success and failure of other business models in Africa and also outside Africa. And it's very important to benchmark your business model against comps in Africa or outside Africa. And I think that would also help you to brush up your story to the investors, because investors always start from like, what is this? Is this Nigerian version of Amazon? What is it? But don't start your business from there. When you explain to investors, you can still start from like why you focus on this pain point. And as you know, in Nigeria or in Africa, usually there's a lack of infrastructure and public services, and startups need to build that layer for other businesses to build upon. So we focus on the infrastructure. It could be like payment infrastructure, or even ambulance network, or the logistics infrastructure to support farmers to sell their products to the cities, just like what you're doing. Yeah. And second pillar is more about B2B efficiency solver. And we still think that Africa is in transition from B2B driven businesses to B2C businesses. And why is B2C weak in Africa? First of all, like consumer spending power is not big enough. But also, maybe in relation to the second question from someone, I think Africa is really like import based and you don't have lots of exports. And when you're importing and combined with this lack of infrastructure, price tends to be high. So it's not just consumer side issue, it's also about supply side issue. And to tackle this issue, I think we need to focus on businesses to bring the price down by innovating supply chain. And also, the other point of this is that in Africa, many people are unemployed, and they are gig workers, creators, they are hustlers, they are individual business owners. So if we want to have more spending power of the consumers, we need to empower them through their business. And once your business grows, you have more spending power. So that's why we focus on B2B efficiency solver as a second pillar. And the final pillar is about new lifestyle, new work style, enabled by penetration of internet and mobile phone. So when we say new work style, maybe it could be about gig workers platform, or it could be about providing salary advancement for employees. Or when we say lifestyle, it could be like game, music, films, any entertainment sectors, which has also deep relevance with new work style of enabling creators and gig workers. So like these three pillars correspond to social layer, business layer, and the individual layer. So we are very sector agnostic, and yeah, we focus on these three pillars.
That's the last question. Is it on?
Hello? Okay. I hope everybody heard him. So there's the infrastructural layer, the business layer, and then the third layer,
Okay.
Satoshi, and the individual layer. Okay, that's what they look at.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Iremide. My first question goes to the founder of A-Food. Because 5 years ago, A-Food was not in the market, and now we have A-Food in the market. So I want to know, what is the best marketing strategy to break into the market as a startup? And on average, how long will it take for this strategy to yield the expected result? And my second question is to Mr. Toshin. It says something about ensuring startup collaborate. So I want to know, does he have any program in place to ensure that startup collaborate? If yes, where can we find this program and apply for this program? Thank you.
Okay, so what is the best marketing strategy? I don't know. Things like startups are very different, products are very different. For A-Food, like we are solving a problem that you could term like a pain point. Some things are not a pain point; they are like an addition to your life. Like, for example, the way you sometimes hear it classified is, a drug like malaria drug or vitamin C. Vitamin C is just like it supplements your health. But if you are taking like a malaria drug, it's because you have to take it. So yes, like for us, like it's a pain point problem. So in terms of like the value proposition, it's easy to communicate it because people have that problem, right? But as I've said, like there's no clean slate best marketing strategy for like that works for every product. What you have to do instead is take an experiment mindset, right? So for anything you are doing, right, and you just want to launch, I will assume in the early stages, don't fake all your money and spend it on one marketing strategy, like one marketing channel. So for example, everybody here knows Facebook ads, Google ads. So you assume that Facebook ad is going to work for me, or Google ad is going to work for me. So you take all your money, maybe 5 million naira or 10 million naira, and then you spend it on ads. No. What you should do instead is come up with different ways that you think you can reach your target audience. A-Food, young professionals, where can we find them? Tech events like this. Where else can we find them? We can find them online. So you can run ads to actually reach out to them and get them. That's one strategy. So brainstorm multiple ways that you can reach out to your customers, right? Then carry out an experiment on each. Experiments are supposed to be cheap. That is why it's called an experiment. You are not supposed to come up with an experiment that each of them would require 5 million naira each. That's no longer an experiment, at least for your stage, basically. So you want to optimize for doing a lot of experiments in order to find what works. So if you ran ads, you went to events, you shared flyers, you did newspaper, and then you found out that the thing that works for you the most is tech event. You can now double down on it. Take your money, take your 10 million, double down on that, basically, right? But in the early days, don't go ahead and spend all your money on one channel. Don't even think about money as like the main drive, basically. So experiment with a lot of ways. You know, marketing channels are like, they are not easy to find because they get saturated once they are popular. Everybody's running ads. Everybody's doing TV ads. You are not special if you are doing it, basically. So sometimes you want to find that channel that is not explored. Like it has not been exploited yet. Like for example, maybe your own way of acquiring customer is you go to football pitches Saturdays when young people are playing football and you give them branded, you give them free water with your logo on it, right? But that's how marketing works. Marketing is not like a brush that works like with anything you are doing. You have to experiment. And also try to read up on, you know, maybe how similar products have been marketed in the early days. Go online, research about like companies. How did they grow? How did they get their first 100 user? There is a popular expression from Y Combinator. They say, do things that don't scale. What that means is that in the early days, to get customers, you might have to do stuff that you may not be able to do for 10,000 people, but it's going to get you your first 100 customers. Things like one-on-one talking to people, like going into people's DM to talk to them like, hey, I have this product, you can try that. You're not going to talk to 10,000 people like that. You're not going to talk to 100,000 people like that. But it is very good for you in the early days, like as a way of getting customers. Sometimes like it takes some kind of work like that. After that period, you can look at channels that you can then, you know, put a little bit on automation basically. But yes, marketing is not straightforward. Like there's no one tool that works for everybody. Just experiment with multiple channels. So that's it.
Yeah, so to the question about how startups can collaborate each other to penetrate into the market, I think, for example, we have more than 100 portfolio companies that we have invested in over the past 5 years. And we have both WhatsApp group chat and also Slack channel for all of our portfolio companies to seek for like potential partnership or to ask any questions in relation to operation, or when you are, for example, expanding to Kenya, you are looking for a good lawyer, or if you have any question about tax, you can learn from each other. So usually all investors try to facilitate collaboration across the startups. So maybe like when you consider who you want to invest in your company, you should look at the investor's portfolio and see like what kind of startups they have been supporting. And you can ask yourself, if you belong to this investor's community, how much collaboration I can achieve with their portfolio companies. I think that's one. And secondly, I think, of course, everyone knows about Y Combinator and other global incubation programs, but I think we are seeing more and more these kinds of programs, and usually they also try to facilitate collaboration. I think like one of the recent one is like NVIDIA has their incubation program based in Accra, and they are starting to scout different African startups. So I think it also depends on what sector you are in, and like look for any incubation program run by the industry leader in that sector, and I think you'll find some interesting programs.
I gave them my mic. All right. Thank you so much, panelists, and thank you so much, audience, for asking your questions. And that brings us to the end of this panel. I know a few of us have to catch the train. Thank you. Thank you. There will be one more panel, and I'm going to hand over to the hosts to take it off from there. Panelists, if we can take a picture, please.
Okay, thank you very much. Please, let's appreciate the panelists once again, please. Okay, thank you very much. I know we are all tired, right? Are you all tired, right? In the next, just mention the time you want to leave. In the next what? Okay, the next 15 minutes. Okay, she said in the next 15 minutes. But I'll make it easier for you. In the next 5 minutes, we are all leaving here. Yes, in the next 5 minutes. So, but before I move on, I would like to appreciate, because I believe most of us here, while we were growing up, we all had different dreams. Some of us wanted to be a medical doctor, an engineer. But when you applied for admission, Nigeria gave you what they want you to be. And also some of our parents, some of our parents did not support our dreams, while some of our parents actually supported our dreams. Ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to introduce the parents of the organizer of this event, Pastor and Mrs. Adeleke. Please, let's appreciate them. Let's appreciate them. Thank you, Mommy. Thank you for the support. But before then, before I call on the next panelist for the last panel session. I know some of us are tired. We are all tired and hungry. Yeah, I said 5 minutes. This is just, I'll spend like 2 seconds now. So we still have about 4 and 60 seconds to go. So now I want to give out lots of giveaways. Yes, lots of giveaways. And I'll be moving into the crowd. We have lots of vouchers to give away. So now just, I'll take us back to primary school, state and capital.
Abia, Umaya.
Wait, state and capital, Abia,
Umaya.
Adamawa,
Yola.
Lagos. Okay, state and capital, Abia,
Umaya.
Adamawa,
Yola.
Enugu, Anambra. I see that number, you didn't get it. State and capital.
Abia.
Umaya.
Adamawa.
Yola.
Akwa Ibom.
Lagos.
Ikeja.
Jigawa.
Duse.
Kaduna.
Enugu.
No. This one no follow. No, collaboration, okay. No, this one no follow. Now let's be serious now. State and capital. Umaya.
Adamawa.
Jigawa.
Duse.
So nobody wants to go home with my voucher. Nobody has gotten it yet. If no, you can get it. Just call me. We have 2 more persons to go. Okay, state and capital. Abia.
Umaya.
Adamawa,
Yola,
Jigawa,
Dutse,
Anambra,
Oka,
Imo.
Owerri.
She got me. Okay, you have a voucher from Stargate Workstation, and inside this you have about 1 point. What did he say again? Okay, he said you have inside of it 1.1 million. He said it, so not me. So I need one more person. Okay, no, a guy this time around. A guy this time around. Lagos,
Ikeja,
Kano,
Kaduna,
Imo,
Owerri,
Abia,
Umaya.
Okay, you have a voucher from Stargate Workstation. Ladies and gentlemen, please, can you put your hands together for yourself, please? I didn't say you should put your hands together for me. Put your hands together for yourselves. So while I was trying to give out the voucher, we had an important personality here. I would like to call on Temitayo to introduce.
Thank you very much. All right, I know that we're all expecting, to have the executive governor of Oyo State, Engineer Seyi Makinde here, but he's ably represented by his executive assistant, Reverend Ogedengbe. So please, with the same warm welcome you would have given to the executive governor, please give to his EA, Reverend Ogedengbe, with a standing ovation, please. Warm welcome and standing ovation, please.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Please, you can have your seat. Please do have your seat. Let me first and foremost extend the greetings, the warm regards of His Excellency, the Governor of Oyo State, Governor Seyi Makinde, who is the host of this festival, Tech Startup Festival. We were out earlier on. In fact, David had to come meet us at University of Ibadan. Quite a lot of activity for today. So the governor would have loved to be here, but as I speak to you, he's attending another equally important event. So please, he is not taking you for granted. He deeply appreciates the contributions you are making to the development of the economy of Oyo State. Without you, we would not really be the successful government, and the kind of feedback we are getting as a state would not be coming. So we really, really appreciate you, particularly those who have chosen Oyo State as their base. Tech startups that are here in the city of Ibadan. I was just going around and I saw a number of innovative, creative ideas. And my conviction is that not too long from now, the number of our young people that will be looking for jobs will significantly be reduced. All because we can find young men like you, young women like you, coming up with solutions that can generate employment, increase revenue, even for us as a state. So many innovative products that we saw out there. And so we really want to appreciate you for all that you are doing. Particularly, we want to congratulate the organizers of this event, David Adeleke and his team. Fantastic event. Please, if you want to clap, please clap very well. They are doing a great work. So please feel free. If you have any contribution or suggestion you want to pass to the governor, please feel free to communicate it through the organizers. We really, really look forward to partnering with you and making sure that you have an ecosystem in Oyo State that supports your aspiration. Somebody was saying the other time that businesses survive, businesses thrive in the United States of America a number of tech giants are coming out of the US. And I responded to him, I said, the only reason why we are seeing that is because we have an environment that supports and promotes the young people to come up with ideas, to come up with innovations, to come up with creativity. We don't want a situation whereby you have so much ideas, but you are not able to bring them to fruition. So for us as a state government, we need to know the areas that you will want us to direct our policy initiatives. So when we are coming up with policy as a state, what areas should we be looking at? What are the necessary inputs or necessary initiatives that as a state we can introduce into the ecosystem that will facilitate your success as a tech entrepreneur or a digital economy operator? Please feel free, our doors are open. My contact is with the organizer, and we've been having quite a number of state representatives here. Apart from myself, we have the SA communication to the governor is also here. The SSA to the governor on ICT was here yesterday. He told me that he was here yesterday. We also have SA to the governor on infrastructure also. Laurel, SSA, is here as well. And we have another government official, SA New Media, SSA New Media is also here. That tells you that as a government, we really want you to succeed. We really want to collaborate with you. We really want to see what we can do together to enhance the economy of Oyo State and the economy of Nigeria. We believe the digital economy is the future, and you hold the key. We may be in charge of policies, but if you don't come to us, we will not know the right policies to come up with. So please feel free, our doors are open, and we believe that very soon we'll be having a number of tech giants coming out of Oyo State and indeed Nigeria. So once again, on behalf of the governor, I want to bid you welcome to this city. I know quite a number of you came from far and wide. Welcome to Ibadan, Oyo State. Welcome to the next Silicon Valley of Nigeria. God bless you.
Thank you very much, sir. The ED to the governor of Oyo State, Reverend Ogedembe. Thank you very much, sir. I believe we all heard what he said, that if you need anything from the governor, I'm saying please pay attention to me. If you need anything from the governor, be it money, regardless of how big the money is, you can just go through him and you'll get the money. Regardless of how big it is, you can ask for it. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to move into the last panel session for today's event. And it's going to be a very interesting one. The first person I'll be introducing is Mr. Olamide Afolabi, the Chief Executive Officer for Touch and Pay Technologies. He is the CEO of Touch and Pay Technologies. He leads innovative revenue assurance and micro-transaction processing in Africa, transitioning from coding to entrepreneurship during his university days. He is passionate about human psychology and holds a cybersecurity certifications. Apart from tech, he prioritizes fitness, hitting the gym regularly. Ladies and gentlemen, join me as I welcome to the stage Mr. Olamide Afolabi, the Chief Executive Officer of Touch and Pay Technologies. Indeed, he hits the gym regularly. Please, can we put our hands together for him, please? Okay. The next person I will be introducing is Mrs. Ibukun Salahuddin, the Managing Director for Kolo Money. She is a seasoned business executive with extensive experience in management and operations. Our skill set encompasses modern communication methods, effective negotiation strategies, project management, business operations, and analysis. He holds a master's degree in transportation planning and management, along with a BSc in geography. Ladies and gentlemen, Mrs. Ibukun is a white belt in Lean Six Sigma, a certified software quality assurance tester from Testify Academy, and a trained business analyst and project manager at TreadTech. She has a proven track record as a sales magnet. Please, can we put our hands together for Mrs. Ibukun? Joining them on the stage is Mr. Tommy Walker, a serial software entrepreneur who has spent the last 7 years leading product teams across payment, SaaS, social, mobile, gaming for African consumers and clients. He is passionate about building delightful products that solves problems for users and drive business metrics. He is a co-founder and has built several startups and products, as well as consulted on product development for blue chip companies in Lagos, Nigeria. Please, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome to the stage Mr. Tommy Walker. And the last person to join this panel session is the representative of ALX, Miss Precious Alehaji. She is an entrepreneur and a member of ALX Venture Team. Through ALX, Precious is on a mission to help create 3 million meaningful jobs for talent in Africa by 2035. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's welcome Mr. Precious. And this panel session is going to be moderated by our wonderful great host in the person of Miss Temitayo Albert. Please let's appreciate her.
Thank you very much. So this is going to be like a very fast session. I'm going to limit the questions that I'm asking so that we can take questions from the audience. So before I go into my own questions, do we have any questions from the audience regarding human capital? So that is, bridging the gap between the skills needed in the tech space, right? By employers and also job seekers. What you that you want to go into tech, what are the skills that you require? You that you're already a founder, you're already, maybe a product manager and all of that, what are the skills that you require? So if you have any questions, please can you raise up your hand now so I can take those? I saw your hand up. Are you unsure of the question you wanted to ask? So you want to ask a question. Is there any other person who wants to ask a question? 2. Is that all? All right. So once I'm done with my own questions, we're going to take the 2 of you, and so we'll close the panel session very quickly. So my first question is, so I was speaking to a product manager yesterday, and one of the things she said was that there's a mismatch in, should I say, skills required by businesses, by employers, and also like the skills that the job seekers have. So take for example, you have maybe a founder who is now hiring like 6 interns, intern product manager, intern sales, intern this. Whereas you need like professionals. How do you bridge that gap? I'm directing this question first to Mr. Tommy. How do you bridge, what do you think that employers should do or in navigating, maybe because they don't want to, I don't know, what do you think is informing such decisions, hiring interns as against hiring competent and the skills that are required to bring your product to life and make it a success?
Hello. All right. So in terms of startups and businesses trying to find, certain skills that they need, I would look at it on two levels. I think one, there's a place for companies actually investing in training. A lot of times what you would find is that, take for example, you use product management. Product management is a general kind of like field. But within a company, you would find that the particular skills needed for a product manager might change from company to company. So if you look at something like Google, if you enter a company like Google, you go through a period where like you get trained on Google processes, different projects, and certain skills that are, idiosyncratic to that company. I think businesses in the same way should be investing in bringing in people who are maybe young or, like either like junior or intermediate professionals, and then training them on particular skill sets that they need to move their business forward. I don't think you can move forward as an ecosystem if you are waiting for the market to meet your needs. I think businesses need to be proactive about saying like, these are the key skills we need. We have a system, we've put a system in place to hire high potential people, and then we do the training for them to plug that gap. I think far too often, like, I'd say early stage startups don't invest enough in training people on the particular skill sets that they need. So from a business standpoint, my focus or my advice for startups would be take training serious. Bring people in, have people who can mentor them, who can show them the ropes, put them through courses where they can upskill, and then you'd see kind of like returns on the training you've done for people. But also the ecosystem is so young that there are just not enough hands right now. Or you have a lot of people who are very early in their career. It's going to be, take for example, product management. Product management in Nigeria wasn't a thing as we know it now, say 10 years ago. So if you were looking for a product manager, you'd have to find someone who was high potential and who could learn and bring them in and try to train them to be able to plug a gap. But if you were waiting for the market to produce product managers, you wouldn't have found any because they just didn't exist. So for businesses, training is such a key part of that. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. One of the things you mentioned is for businesses to be upfront about the key demands or the skills that they need, right? So I'm going to be directing my next question to Mr. Afolabi. What are the key skills in demand, key digital skills right now that that businesses need, startup founders need right now, and how is it supposed to evolve in the next, say, 2 to 5 years?
Well, I think it's still tech, mostly. It's still mostly tech. And the reason why tech is still very important is the fact that if you are talking about startup is basically a regular business that is scaling. So someone asked, what's the difference between a startup and a regular business? Is that a regular business will take 5 years to achieve what you will achieve in a month. And the only leverage you have to scale your business today is tech. So it's one of the very most important skills that you need to have. Then after that, then you need to be able to sell. Because if you can't scale, then what are you selling, technically? But one of the things that I found during our own journey in TAP and in building Cowrie is the fact that most of what you need will come natural as you grow. So we started off as me being the CTO of the company, building the tech, and my co-founder being like the business guy selling what we build. And eventually we started forming a team as the demand comes. So it wasn't as if, we said, we have to get a 200-man team to make this work. So you start, the work become very hard for you alone because you're attending meetings midnight, you are coding, and then you realize that, oh, I need a front-end developer to assist me with this thing. And then you get one guy that will help you. The business guy said, oh, I need someone to help us just manage this thing. And then you get one guy. And at the end of the day, you organically grow like that. And when you start making money, you also look at it that, can we afford it? And that's why sometimes what you really need is energy and commitment more than experience. A lot of people think that, oh, they need to hire experienced people from the bank or from whatever industry they are. But anything can be, you can learn anything on YouTube or, or Udemy or Udacity or whatever you call it today. You can even learn, you can become an MBA smart ass if you know where to look. So basically, the willingness to be able to grow and know that, see, this thing, my life depends on it, and I have to give it whatever it takes, is what will get you there. Some of us have never worked anywhere. We started off as an entrepreneur, and we knew that we had no other way to go. Once this thing doesn't work, we are doomed. So somebody said that being an entrepreneur is like jumping off the cliff and building an airplane as you jump. So your life depends on it, because by the time you land and you don't have anywhere to land on, you are dead. And that's the approach that you have to think about when you are building your company.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Olamide. So my question is to you, Miss or Mrs. Ibukun. So from the operations point of view, management, how would you say you can measure the impact and success of technology-driven skills, right? So how would you know from, okay, being in operations, being in management, how can you say, okay, we have empowered these people with, the skills. How do you then know that they have gotten the skills and is working and is, yielding results or is producing positive results?
Okay, so for us in management, when we've empowered you to have the relevant skill, and for you to know you have that skill is when you're able to do what you've been assigned to do, the task you've been assigned to do, and you're productive and effective, and you're actually doing it efficiently, then it shows that that skill you've acquired has been useful to the organization and that have empowered you the right way. Like you mentioned earlier, you mentioned that there is a mismatch in skills and the job roles available. So even as the manager, even as the management, you have to be careful about the type of skill that you empower your staff with. Then aside empowering them with those skills too, you also have to do some mentorship programs. Yes, it's good to get interns, like Tommy said. It's good to get interns. They're easily malleable. You can build them up to understand exactly what you want and the type of skill sets that you actually want them to do. So that's good thing about interns, and that way you're able to manage them and empower them more. Then you should also introduce a mentorship program. Because yes, we have experienced hands, we have professionals that need to mold these interns and need to guide them on the right skill sets to actually have to enable them empower themselves to make decisions on their own. And at the end of the day, it dovetails into the bottom line of that company, basically.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Bukun. So I'm going to direct my last question to you, which is really simple, I hope, is, so we're talking to like empowering human capital. Now it seems that, technologically, right, your, technology-driven skills, but how do you reach, should I say, the unlearned or the underserved communities? How do you reach people like, Gomosho and who are not particularly exposed to, technology-driven skills? Do you understand my question?
So essentially, to reach people who are in remote areas who necessarily won't have access to the same level of exposure that someone in a city would have access to, you have to partner with the people they listen to. So one way you reach people that won't be on Facebook would probably be on radio. So do they listen to the radio? You reach them through the radio. Another way would be through churches. Another way would be through organizations that are built within those environments. And that's one way that we've been able to do that. Another thing that now comes after that would be do they have the kind of resources that they need to now learn? Because if you're in a remote area and you're not exposed to technology, the likelihood of having a computer or something else that you use to learn would be very, very low. And so the next step would be start building the kind of infrastructure that enables those people to learn. Whether it's hubs or finding organizations or partners you can work with to create spaces for them to come in to learn. That's like ways that we could do this. Alternatively, you leverage technology. So today, most people are able to learn through their phones, through their mobile devices. If you have a basic Android phone, you can actually access learning resources both from ALX and from other learning platforms. So, that's how we're able to reach people in the most remote areas and also those in urban areas.
Thank you very much. So the two people who signified for questions. Yes, please, can I have you? Where's the other person? Yes, please. Just ask your question, who is directed to.
The question is a bit long-winded, so if you don't mind. And if you don't mind, I'd really like if Inye chimes in on this, because I created the question specifically for Inye, so. Can you hear me now? No, you can answer, but I wouldn't mind if Inye chimes in, because I created it specifically for Inye. For Inye. Okay, you said it's on human capital. I don't mind them answering. I would also love if Inye chimes in, that's what I said. Okay. Okay, sure. So the question is, what's your recommendation on how budding entrepreneurs can get the education, basic education they require to succeed or to set them up for success in business? Sorry. What's your recommendation?
So for budding entrepreneurs, I think one, just being proactive and building. Experience is the best teacher. When you build, you learn all kinds of things. You learn, building a product, launching a product, growing a product. You learn managing people. You learn accounting. You're dealing with legal. It's like throwing you into fire, So I'd say your most learning is going to come from actually building. At the same time, you need to be extremely curious. So you need to be reading, you need to be constantly reading and consuming content from other people who have built all kinds of things. It doesn't even need to be things within technology. So I'd say like early in my career, I was reading a lot of books about like the founding of Twitter, founding of Amazon, the founding of Nike, the founding of Walmart. Those things give you a sense of what entrepreneurs go through, the entrepreneurial journey, and can kind of like guide you in your journey. I'd say there's also a place for mentorship. So looking for people who are a couple of steps ahead of you. A lot of times I feel like when people are looking for mentors, they're looking for people who have made it, people who are like at the top. You would find that some of the best advice you would get would be from someone who's a couple of steps ahead of you, because their experiences and their memories are fresh and their interaction with the market is fresh. Someone who built something 15 years ago might not be in tune with current market realities, or the dynamics that they kind of think about are very different from kind of like a beginner's dynamics. So I'd say those three things. Experience is great, being curious and reading, and then there's a place for mentorship as well.
Yeah, so my question is directed to Mr. Olamide and Mr. Ibuke. So I would like to know, in acquiring human capital, if they approach you and they do have funds, is it advisable to work with that kind of company? Yes. If no, why? Then if yes, how do you know and look whether the projects they are trying to onboard you on, it's something valuable, it's something you can actually go through with. Thank you.
Sorry, you said if someone approach you and they don't have funds, okay.
Yes.
Then how do you know? Oh, okay. Basically, at the end of the day, you need to be very clear with your own vision. And if whatever anybody is bringing to you doesn't align with your vision, even if they have funds or they don't, there is no point doing it. So there is extreme importance in staying focused to succeed as an entrepreneur. And I can't stress this enough. I used to say this, that we all have unique qualities. And I make this analogy that if a monkey tries to compete with a fish in a swimming competition, the monkey will lose. However, if a fish tries to compete with a monkey in a climbing competition, the fish will lose. Know yourself. Know that in this scenario, I'm a monkey, and this is a climbing competition. You have to be the very best at what you do to succeed in life. We are 7 billion people. You have to be extremely good at what you do for you to have any chance. And he said it when he said, you have to have a team that is so good that it is abnormal. And people, so you have like an assassin skill. That
working with a startup. You might have been employed to probably be a product manager, but you find yourself doing product management, doing operations, doing BA, doing different things for that company. So it's left to you if you actually want to take such an offer. I mean, you know where you want to get in the future. So you get that experience in a startup because you'll be exposed to different areas, and at the end of the day, you get different skill sets that makes you readily available in the market and to bargain better elsewhere.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you, panelists. Please, we'd like to take a photo session for this panel session. Thank you so much for a wonderful panel session, an insightful panel session. We still have questions for you, actually, but there's no time. So I told them that I will personally bring them to each of you so you can answer their questions. So please, can we take pictures? Thank you very much. A round of applause for our panelists, please. Thank you so much. So I'd like to invite Mr. Kolawole Tosin for the pitchathon and the hackathon session. Mr. Kolawole for the pitchathon and the hackathon session. I'm aware that some of you have already pitched. You're in the final stage and you like to, pitch to potential investors. Let them, have their comments. Let you have your opportunity, your investment opportunities as well. And so for the hackathon, you also have, I think, prizes for the first 3. So I'm going to hand over to him, and he's going to take that.
Good afternoon once again, everyone. I'm going to presume that we've all been having a very wonderful time and we're all having the best of moments. Without taking too much of our time, can we have the list of the top 5 from the pitchathon sessions? Those of you who are from the pitchathon sessions and you have received the mail that invited you to come up and be here today, can you please signify that you're already seated in the front row, please? Sorry, allow me a minute, please.
Show me a chick I never seen. I never seen a woman that is beautiful. I put a couple $1,000 on your wrist.
They can't touch you, can't touch you. I ain't never seen this kind, I ain't never seen this kind. When you always trying to get away, when you get away. Cause I know some kind chicks do it for the right way. Any nigga fire you with my machine gun, 16 rounds, I be King Kong. Any nigga song, my brand new song, baby love.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay, so there's a new twist to all of this. I think that it's going to become more appropriate that we excite the room first before we go into the pitch-a-thon session. Yesterday, we had a very wonderful hackathon session here. And of all the wonderful ideas that came up to pitch, we had 3 of them emerge winners. And we'll be announcing the winners of the hackathon today. Please do note that the 3rd place winner will be rewarded by Cadify. Cadify is the brand that will be rewarding the 3rd place winner. Colo Money is the brand that has committed itself to rewarding the 2nd place winner, while Alternative Bank is the brand that will be rewarding the 1st place winner. We'll be announcing the winners of the various hackathon. The technical team, do we have their details up here? And I'm going to start in no particular order. Sorry, in a particular order, actually. I'm going to start from the 3rd place. Please do note that every idea that was presented here on stage yesterday was indeed a very interesting one. And I want to believe that everyone is in here. We had 5 wonderful teams. We had Alpha I, we had Clear Glass, we had Quantum Quotient, we had Decode LMS, we had City Paddy. City Paddy, do we have you in the house? Please wave your hands if you are here. City Paddy. Fantastic. Do we have Decode LMS here? Raise up your hand if you are here. Wave at me, please. Okay, great. Do we have Quantum Quotient here? Wave at me, please. Quantum Quotient. Okay, thank you. Do we have Clear Glass here? Clear Glass, if you are here, wave at me. Okay, thank you. Do we have Alpha High here? Do we have Alpha High? Great. Okay, so I'm going to start. I'm going to announce the winners of the hackathon, and I hope that the DJ is ready to celebrate the winners of this hackathon. In the 3rd place, we have Quantum Quotient. A round of applause for them, please. Can you please come up on stage, Quantum Quotient? DJ, you don't want to celebrate Quantum Quotient? Please do note that, please can we have a representative of Cadify up on stage? Cadify. Can we have a representative up on stage, please? Thank you very much, Mr. DJ. Thank you very much. In the 2nd place, maybe we should just stop at the 3rd place and just go. Okay, in the 2nd place, we have Team City Paddy. A round of applause for them, please. Can we have a representative of Colo Money come up on stage, please? A representative of Colo Money, can you please come up on stage? Can we have a representative of Colo Money up on stage, please? DJ, Can we have a representative from Kolo Money up on stage, please? So while we are waiting for a representative from Kolo Money to join us up on stage, we're going to be announcing the team that came first. Please note that of all the teams that we've announced, we've not announced the Code Analytical, we've not announced Clear Glass, we've not announced Alpha I. But of these three teams, one of them came first amongst the very many wonderful projects. How many of us were here yesterday to witness the hackathon? How many of us were here? Please just wave at me if you were here. Which team did you think would actually come first? Say that again. Is that what we are all saying on this line too? You think Alpha I would come first? Well, I'm sorry to shock you. Alpha I did not come first. Neither did Alpha I came last. Alpha I emerged the winner of this hackathon contest.
Number one and nothing less. Lead me to my destiny. I have waited patiently. I have vision, though I believe. I know I can count on me. So stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up for the champions, for the champions.
Thank you very much, DJ. I mean, indeed, he is a champion. So one of the things that comes along with this, we're going to allow them take like 30 seconds to speak. The third place winner, they're having Cadify stand rock solid behind them. The second place winner has Kolo Money standing rock solid behind them. The first place winner has Alternative Bank standing rock solid behind them. And not only are they having Alternative Bank, we are also happy to announce that Alpha I has gotten an investor who is ready to invest in their startup at this conference. A round of applause for him, please. So we hope that his solution, which aims to detect early eye stage defects, right, will truly become something that will change the landscape in the Nigerian nation. Please, let's start with you guys. The top place.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Timolo Akibote. So I'm very happy with the outcome of this event, and it's something I really enjoyed. So I look forward to more of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Round of applause.
This event is actually like, how should I put it, a solid one. Seeing very nice startups around, and what they've actually organized, like the organization is top notch. So to the organizers, to the volunteers, and to the startup organizations that actually showed up today, like, really appreciate you all. And remember, Kolo Money is a money partner, and we are here to stay, and we are here to guide you through financial freedom. Thank you.
Applause for them, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Olama Konjola, City Party. I'm glad to be here this afternoon. First, thanks to God for being second place. I was here as a participant last year, and I'm glad to be pitching, or to have pitched and also come second place. And I'm so delighted that City Party has gotten some sort of validation today. Also, thank you to the team. My team members are not here now, just one person. Boluwade is here, our front-end engineer. And I believe that City Party would soon be in all of your phones very soon. And thank you to my very big emotional support right here. Thank you very much, everyone.
Something from Cadify.
Thank you very much. From everybody at Cadify, I'm representing them. My name is Idris Taiwo. It's a pleasure to be here, and I'm sure everybody in this room must know who Cadify is by now. And if you don't, feel free to walk up to our booth and let's continue to support the growth of Ibadan and the tech community. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Peter from Alpha. I just want to say it has been a thrilling experience for me. I've been able to gain a lot, and then I'm so happy that our solution is not just a solution now. It's going to become a product that is going to change a lot of lives and that is going to affect a lot of people. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Representative of Alternative Bank could not make it down here because they left already. But indeed, I'm happy that every one of you have participated in this hackathon. We had over 117 applications for this year's hackathon, and it's indeed very impressive that these wonderful individuals have come out victorious or come on top victorious. I wish you all that the world wishes you as you continue through your journey in life, and I say thank you very much for being a part of this.
Best, number one and nothing less.
Thank you very much, DJ. So to the other exciting part of today's investment, of today's program, I was saying investment because we're about to talk about money. We have officially or unofficially started the Ibadan Startup Fund, and this year we started with 150 million naira for exceptional startups within the Ibadan tech ecosystem. I think about 40-something or 55 startups have pitched in this year's pitch-a-thon. And we have the top 5 startups that have been selected, to come here today. And not only will they be telling you about their startups in just 3 minutes or 2, they would also be privileged to get investment from this particular program. In no particular order, can we have the representatives of Famera up on stage? A round of applause for them as they come up, please. Can we also have the representatives of SAMS up on stage, please? The representatives of Rumi up on stage, please. Let's step back a little bit. The representatives of Ile Adulawo up on stage, please. The representatives of Belarus up on stage, please. So we are expecting that within the time frame that will be allotted to each of you, you are able to take the stage and then speak about your startup to this particular audience and to the investor audience that is actually seated. Let's start with Belarus.
Okay, my name is Timileyin. I'm a founder and CEO of Belarus. I would like to start with a number. That's 779 million, not dollars, not naira. That is the total amount of orders that were made in the year 2021. If you attended college in the last 30 years, there are 3 things that students are facing apart from lecturers on their neck. The first thing is long wait hours at the school cafeteria. Imagine you had a stressful class and you go to the school cafeteria and the queue is long. By the time it gets your turn, Ewagoy has finished, bread and egg has finished. The second thing that students are actually facing also is busy student schedule. Everybody does 9 to 5. Students do 8 to 6. Some lecturers will even set class on Saturdays and Sundays. The third thing is paper feeding system. If you attend a private school like I do in Nigeria, you are forced to pay for feeding and accommodation. So what that means that you've already paid for feeding and accommodation, you have to go to the Senate building every single new month to get your paper feeding ticket. If you misplace it, you're not going to eat for that month. This is where Belarus steps in. Now, according to Statista.com, the global the food delivery market in Nigeria is in Africa is worth $7.45 billion, and in Nigeria is worth $2 billion. We believe we can capture $500 million out of this market. Let me tell you how. We have about 2 million undergraduate students. We have about 20 million polytechnic students and 1 million professional students, that's College of Education, College of Medicine, and the like. That's a combined population of 23 million users. If you can just capture 45% of that market, that's 10 million individuals. By charging $2, that's 2,500 naira every month in monthly recurring revenue, would easily generate an annual recurring revenue of $240 million. How far have we done with Belarus? We launched in March this year, that's 8 months ago. We have successfully delivered over 11,000 orders. We have about 1,200 users that use us every single month. And we have done a GMV of 24 million naira, that's $22,000. Our top 10 users, 3 out of them have ordered at least 100 times from Belarus in the last 5 months. And they've spent over 200K on the app. And one of our top restaurants has made more than 140K in a single day. She has made almost 2 million in a single month using Belarus. The question is, why do we not have food delivery app? We have Glovo, Chowdeck, A-Food, and the likes. The reason is because these big brands are targeting metropolitan areas like Ibadan, Lagos, Abuja, and the likes. But if you look at the campus, and that's Babcock, OAU, and the likes, they are situated in the middle of nowhere. So they can't target this market. That's why A-Food, Chowdeck are not in campuses. That is where Belarus differentiates itself. The second way Belarus differentiates itself is trade. We know that almost everybody here is a Gen Z. That means we love using TikTok. If you go to Belarus, we have a TikTok feed that allows you to scroll through videos and pictures of food to reduce the question of I ordered this is what they gave me. And the third thing that differentiates Belarus is also we partner with discount stores like Living Proofs and the like. So if you want to get Coke, it's $2.50. But a discount store will sell it for you $2.20. So we are giving good deals to the students and good deals for ourselves. Well, my founder and my co-founder, Abidemi Moshood, has worked with big companies like TopTal and GitStart. Well, I was really hoping to show a product demo of Belarus, but it's not showing on the screen. But if you just go through our app, that's what we're trying to do. We're making it to reduce the stress and digitalize the way students on campuses eat and fund. Thank you very much. And we are planning to expand.
Thank you very much, Belarus. Thank you very much. A round of applause for Belarus, please. I'm also being made to know that you guys have an audio-visual file. Am I correct? That you've prepared. Okay, that's fine. Don't worry. The audio-visual file should be played. It's less than 2 minutes, right? Yeah, don't worry. That will be taken care of much more later. Let's have Ile Adulawo or Ile Adulawo. Please get this mic and just do 2 minutes and let's hear what you have to say also.
Ile Adulawo. What does it mean to be African? This is the very question that bettered Ile Adulawo. Ile Adulawo is a Yoruba term that literally translates the land of the black-skinned man. And just like the name implies, Ile Adulawo is about Africa and everything that it means to be African. Now, black people all over the world have gone through years of trauma due to the effects of slavery, colonialism, neocolonialism, and imperialism. This has led to a dwindling in the African culture and tradition space. And this is why we passionately built Ile Adulawo to sell a unique African experience. Our platform, available on www.theadulawo.com, houses a number of solutions to tackle issues like the miseducation of black man, the stereotype around the people, places, and culture of Africans, and also our over-dependence on foreign imports. On our platform, you'll find a blog where we have published articles on a number of African stories like revolutionary leaders of Africa, places of Africa, and a number of other articles that addresses African situations. Also on the blog, we have an event page where we sell tickets for a unique African experience. Our events like palm wine, cocoa and chews, palm wine party, and creative nexus is your ticket to an authentic African experience. At our events, we have a lot of palm wine, stage play, African band, and a trade fair like the African market. Our financials are strong and our vision is very unwavering. We are seeking a sum of $100,000 to fuel the next chapter of our growth, which involves launching an e-commerce platform that will house all of our solutions, opening an art gallery, and also onboarding a number of merchants in our merchant network. Currently, we have about 30 merchants who are producing authentic African items, and as soon as the e-commerce platform is live, we are going to upload them on there. On our back end, we know that we have up to 5,000 users who have used our platforms before now. 3,000 of them found the websites organically, and about 2,000 of them searched for the websites directly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ile Adulawo. Can we have Rumi take the stage, please?
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. All right, so by show of hands, I just want to ask, how many of us have had to look for a place to stay? Probably you relocated to a new location before. Can you wave your hands? All right. How many of us, probably as university undergraduate students, you applied to school hostel, you did not get it, and then you had to stay off campus? Raise up your hands. All right. How many of us as core members, maybe NYSC, I mean, you were posted to states that you had never heard of? Probably you recited them in state and capital, somewhere like Taraba. How many people? You see, I see a few hands. Now, one thing you will notice about these people is, even though they are stuck to a population, a recurring population, the student population, from their undergraduate days to be youth corps members, to becoming entry-level employees, one thing for sure is that we all need accommodation wherever we find ourselves. So that's where Rumi comes to play. Now, in Africa, we have about 260 million undergraduates across schools in Africa. And the accommodation provided by these schools only caters for 20%, leaving the other 80% to fend for themselves. I mean, you have to exhaustively search for apartments. You have to deal with discrimination from landlords who probably think single ladies are promiscuous. You have to deal with high cost of rent, probably as a result of an agent that just puts outrageous fees attached to it. And then in a bid to make this affordable, what do? You try to get a roommate. Then it becomes hard for you to find someone who is compatible with you that you can actually live with. So we decided to come up with a solution called Roomie. And the idea is quite simple. Roomie rooms you and gets you a roomie. So we are doing this to match people together with apartments and roommates based on their preferences, helping them to save money when they split the rent with the roommates, helping apartment owners make money faster, and also granting you access to wide options to choose based on your preference. And the idea is you don't have to frequently visit multiple apartments. From the marketplace, you can check various apartments, make your decision before you actually move in, contact the landlord via the in-message app, and then that's all you do. So it's a simple walkthrough. You tell us if you're looking for a roommate or an apartment, what you're looking for, and then we match you. So our business model is quite simple. Roomie charges 10% commission on apartment-related transactions. So meaning if you're getting an apartment of 100,000 naira, you get to pay 110,000 naira, as simple as that. And a $5 commitment fee if you're matching you with a roommate. And now we are not just doing this beyond the solution. Roomie is hoping to impact the society. We are all aware of the United Nations Social Development Goals, and Roomie actually supports this by helping to fight gender equality and also inequality. We also are looking to, as we grow, we are looking to like set up foster homes and build buildings for the homeless. I mean, if we're rooming people who can actually afford it, why not look to also build for people who can actually afford to get these homes? And currently, we are based in Akure, and we launched our MVP this year. And we were able to like garner so far about over 200 users and done about 40 matchmakings for roommates and for apartments. Now the thing is, we're currently looking to raise $100,000 in investments to help us to finance and also be able to perform about 100,000 transactions in the next 2 years, because we believe that every one of us deserves to find somewhere ideal for ourselves. You shouldn't have to come down to a level of what you have,
Thank you
but
very much.
give it to us. Thank you very much.
Can we have Psalms up on stage immediately, please? You only have 2-3 minutes.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Shego, and I'm the founder of SAMS. SAMS stands for Students Attendance Management System. I remember on Thursday when I shared my experience of my first attendance process in the University of Ibadan, where I thought I almost lost my eye because someone mistakenly injured me. And since then, I've been thinking of a way whereby, imagine everybody in this class with your cell phone, and I'm the lecturer, and all of you can submit your attendance as easy as a click on your phone in less than a minute. And that's what SAMS does. I've been a class rep for my department for more than 2 years, and I've been able to see the attendance process, how ineffective and how inaccurate it is, and how time costly it is. And that's why we created SAMS. Alright, you can see this is our problem statement. So our target market are tertiary institutions who are looking for a cost-effective and an efficient way to manage their student attendance. Our business model is we're collecting subscription-based fee from institutions according to the size of their students. There are over 482 institutions in Nigeria, total institutions in Nigeria. We plan to capture at least 60% of this number, which will allow us to generate a profit of 25 million naira per year. We've not launched our product yet, but we plan to do so in the first quarter of 2024. And okay, so we have 6 on our team. I'm the CEO. I have my CTO, the product manager, and we are looking to raise a seed of 2 million naira, which will allow us to scale our product, to market our product, and to control the growth of our product. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Psalms. Can we have Famera take the center stage, please?
Hello, everyone. My name is Grace Akiteku, and here is my partner, Divine Favor. We are from Famera. According to the All Farmers Association of Nigeria 2023 report, it states that 50% of agricultural produce are wasted annually due to causes like poor transportation network, lot of middlemen connecting farmers to buyers. So all this leads to Nigeria losing about 35 trillion naira to post-harvest wastage annually. Everything combining together leading to food scarcity. Now, what is the solution Famera is presenting? Famera is presenting a market before harvesting approach in which farmers can connect to buyers before the harvesting period of their produce. And it also creates involvement programs for farmers whereby farmers are being taught, are being educated.
Now, this is how it works. Famera is an application. So when you download the app, you're going to register. And once you register and put in your desired classification as a buyer or as a farmer, there's an activation system that comes up that tracks potential farmers to potential buyers. And when this happens, there is a connection. Now, before giving out our produce, our agents, which are going to stand like between the farmers, because most farmers are illiterate, sorry to say, but most of them, mostly those found in rural areas, we have our agent that connects them with themselves. Then they go for field inspection to be sure that what the farmer posts out there is exactly what he has on the farm. And when that is done, there is payment. Now, the beautiful thing about Famera is that payment is being made and your money is kept in an escrow account, and then later on, when your goods have been delivered to you and you are satisfied with it, the farmer can then get his money back. Then our target market for now is in Oyo State, Ibadan. Then from there we have our farmers, we have our buyers, and we have beautiful markets, open markets like Bodija Market and so on. And then approximately there are 400,000 small farmers. So with those farmers being entitled, we give them job opportunities. At the same time, it makes our work easier as maybe as working class ladies and working class family members. And then we realize that our business model is actually affordable. We gain like 0.5 to 1% from every market or every payment made on the application. And then our strategy is that we're going to use logistic business. If the
Customer doesn't want to get to the farm to get it. We have logistic companies linking up with us to get there, and food processing companies as well. We have other competitions on ground, we know about that. But what distinguishes Famera is that payment is being made, or you are able to track a good before a farm produce before it is being harvested.
Now, how do we achieve this? We are going to absorb middlemen. We have a lot of middlemen linking farmers to buyers. So Famera is going to be absorbing the middlemen as Famera agents. And we're also going to be organizing involvement programs for farmers, because if we go with the normal social media marketing, we won't be able to reach farmers because most of the farmers are in rural areas. So we are going to go to farming settlements, organize involvement programs for them, and provide them with storage facilities whereby we can list to them and charge them in a very small amount that won't be too big for them to pay. Now, actually, Famera is currently in the prototyping stage. For the next year, 2024, for the first quarter, second quarter, and third quarter, we are going to be developing the app. We are going to be testing the app, and we are going to be creating solid partnership with ourselves. And
thank you very much, Famera. Thank you very much. A round of applause for all of them, please. We were actually supposed to watch their demo video, but I think that would happen much more later. They will be going into a closed-door session with the investors now, after which their various investment checks will be presented to them before every one of us. Maybe there and then, we would have to watch their videos. But in the meantime, we want everyone to take about 15 to 20 minutes of break to network with each other, have fun, get something to eat, and then we'll come back to the final session of today's program and we'll say it's a day. Thank you very much, everyone.
Girls in my crib, zero Snapchat, zero Instagram, sing, fuck up the vibe, my dick, start falling like London Bridge. I don't care if I saw you in a magazine or if you're on TV, that would don't mean nothing to me. Don't need a shower, oh baby, I need a free, lick it like ice cream, as if you need to be disgusting. It's not enough, jump my banana, one side I land and no stopping, push up, fuck that.
Okay. Please, before you go, we have lots of giveaways here. One of our sponsors wants to give 20,000 naira to a lucky person, and the tax is very simple. Can you hear me? Now all you have to do is, it's very simple. 20,000 naira, not be small money. So you take a picture at schooling booth. That is their booth over there. You take a picture. Now you do this. After doing this now, from there you go get some things, network for like 5-10 minutes. Then we come back. While we are calling the results, we are going to know the winner, the person that is going to get the 20,000 naira. So when you go to the schooling booth, you take a picture with their banner. After taking the picture, you post it on Twitter and tag them. You tag them, the schooling app, and also you tag Ibadan Startup Fest. After that again, you go to Instagram, post the picture and tag the schooling, then Ibadan Startup Fest. Then follow them on IG. The person with the highest like gets 20,000 naira. It's very simple. The person with the highest like gets 20,000 naira. Just go there, take a picture, post it on Twitter, tag them. Also go to Instagram as well. Tag them. Then if you are lucky to get the highest like, then be sure of getting 20,000 naira. So we have lots of vouchers to give out now. DJ. So it's a very simple question. Apart from, I'm going to go around. I have about I have about 9 vouchers here to give. And this is proudly sponsored by Stargate Workstation. Apart from the alternative bank, who can mention any of our sponsors again? Okay. Schooling. No, just one. Okay.
Working with our easy-to-use analytics dashboard, watch your audience grow, see who's visiting, and know how your posts are doing across all channels.
Okay, guys,
Running
now.
out of ideas, our AI assistant can help you. It comes up with new post ideas,
No, she already mentioned
captions,
food.
and relevant hashtags for your brand.
She already
Never
mentioned
miss an
fine.
important comment or DM again. Respond directly from post. Managing multiple social media accounts can feel like a never-ending maze. Juggling drafts, responding to comments, tracking analytics, all while trying to
Kolomone, you already mentioned it. Tizetti. Okay. Someone already said that. Is that what? Yeah, you got it. Okay, let me go to that row. We have one. Okay, we have one left. No, a guy. Okay. Someone already mentioned that. Someone mentioned that already. Certificate. Yeah, you got it. Someone already mentioned Z Africa. So, ladies and gentlemen, right now, we have about a breakout session for 5 minutes, 5 to 10 minutes. Go out, network, get something to eat. Then we come back for the final part of this event. And when we come back, we have lots of giveaways, and this time around it's money, a lot of cash prizes aside the 20,000 naira will be given by schooling. So please go to schooling stand, take a picture, post it on Telegram, on Twitter, tag schooling, also tag Ibadan Startup Fest. Go to Instagram as well, tag schooling, as well as Ibadan Startup. If you are lucky enough to get the highest like, you are going home with 20,000 naira. And when you come back, there are lots of giveaways for us. Once again, my name is Justus Richie. You can go on Instagram and DJ. And now you know you won't play this music, Abi. I want to talk about myself. You won't play music. So you can go on Instagram and follow me at Justus_Richie. As you follow me, I will follow you back _Richie. So now we have about 5 to 10 minutes to go out, network, get something, then we come back for the final lap of today's event. Thank you very much.
Don't care what they're yarning about me in particular. I'm on the road chasing my dream because I know. Chasing for me. Wanna love like you, wanna talk to the fish of my love. Everyone see me check on my love. Don't they find anybody, nobody I want. They hear what you mean when you talk. What they say I do, it's a funny ginger. But you know nothing is time. It's a funny ginger.
Baby, this a yash in a shit up. If you agree, mama laptop. Party 2 at the party 1. Party 2 like the palm 1. I go be to change your catwalk and change your life joy. Every day not to enjoy. Open your blue like a